I call this meeting of the Lawton City Council, February 28th, 2023, to order. Call the roll, please.
We got to do the invitation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, there, I'm sorry. Please stand for the invocation. Reverend Paul Appleby from First Christian Church will lead us, and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Call the roll, please.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Present. We're going to start with Employee Spotlight Award. City Manager.
So I won't hide behind the podium. So Shelley is an administrative assistant in our police technical services, and it is my pleasure to present to Shelley the Employee Spotlight Award. Her dedication to the mission at hand is paramount to our division's success. Since October of 2022, Ms. Brown has carried the property division by herself due to an illness of another staff member. In addition to that, she's helped more than once to cover half a shift for the records department so they did not have to close to be short of staff, clerks, or being out sick. She is compassionate with her role to assist citizens of Lawton and goes above and beyond to aid them in the retrieval of their property. Shelley has been a dedicated employee since 2005 and is a tremendous asset to her division in the city of Lawton. And I want to thank you very much for your dedicated service. So with
green. There we go. Got a couple proclamations. The first one is to All About Understanding. Who's here for All About Understanding? We've got a group. That's good. Wonderful. Y'all doing all right?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Whereas Glenn Gatling and Arthur Thomas envisioned starting a nonprofit organization for the purpose of bridging the gaps between traditional classroom settings and real-life situations regarding self-awareness and social and emotional life skills, these two gentlemen worked hard from 2019 to 2020 to make their dream a reality, resulting in the founding of All About Understanding. And whereas since 2020, All About Understanding has been helping young people and their families in the Lawton Fort Sill community with programs designed to help youth and young adults 12 to 25 better understand themselves, motivate them to be the best version of themselves, and teach them the life skills they need to succeed. And whereas examples of the skills taught at All About Understanding include communicating effectively, social media etiquette, proper decision making, learning from their mistakes, and building confidence in themselves. They are also exposed to various trades, taught the fundamentals of financial literacy and entrepreneurship. And whereas multiple events are held throughout the year where All About Understanding teach their programs, some of the events provided are Get the Bag, a 2-day workshop on entrepreneurship and financial literacy. Person Before Athlete teaches the understanding of importance of prioritizing self before sport, and Spring Break at the end of school bashes where backpacks and school supplies are given out. And whereas All About Understanding also holds a monthly community service event to clean their adopted street, and 3 times a week they provide a transition program for the youth ages 13 to 18 in the boys group home. They help young men who have made a mistake and led to legal consequences by teaching them lessons that All About Understanding embodies. And whereas All About Understanding has partnered with nonprofit organizations as well as local businesses and community members to achieve their organization's goal, their mentorship extends more than just events. They also aim to provide the community with another community center because there are so many youth to serve in the Lawton Fort Sill community. Now, therefore, I, Stanley Booker, Mayor, City of Lawton, Oklahoma, do here proclaim All About Understanding as Citizen of the Month for February 2023 and commend them for the many contributions and unselfish commitment to the progress of this community and to the residents of Lawton Fort Sill. On behalf of the City of Lawton, thank you for setting an inspirational example for others to emulate.
So he said pretty much everything, but but I am going to take this time this opportunity to take the time to thank my team. I'm just a visionary. God bless you with the vision, and then fill out the paperwork, and here we are. I don't do anything without the team. I don't do anything without those who bring awareness to us and give us the opportunity to talk about it. So that's how y'all know about it, because of them. So I give just all respect and I don't know, just everything to them, right? Because I don't do it without them. So thank y'all, everybody, for showing up, and I appreciate it.
Youth Art Month. Who's here to talk about Youth Art Month? Is there anybody? Jason? Okay. Yeah, if y'all all want to come down here and stand with Jason. Here we go. Whereas the arts, including dance, media arts, theater, and visual arts, contribute powerful educational benefits to all elementary, middle, and secondary students, and whereas arts education helps to develop creative problem solving and critical thinking abilities, brings to life what students learn in other subjects, and gives students a deeper understanding of and appreciation for all people and cultures. And whereas art education advances student mastery in art production, art history, art criticism, and aesthetics, and whereas the education in the arts reveal alternative ways to communicate and express feelings and ideas and cross-cultural understanding and empathy, as well as personal growth outside the classroom. And whereas the arts can transform our schools into havens of creativity, exploration, places where students want to learn, teachers want to teach, and members of the learning community are more engaged and motivated. Whereas art education teaches sensitivity to beauty, order, and other expressive qualities, and also gives students a deeper understanding of multicultural values and beliefs. Now, therefore, I, Stan Booker, City of Lawton, do hereby proclaim March 2023 to be Youth Art Month, and encourage Lawton Fort Sill citizens to recognize the tremendous achievements of our community's art students and educators, and to join the Lawton Public Schools in encouraging a lifetime of creativity.
Okay, very quickly, I want to recognize the students that are up here, as well as the teachers and the family members that came to support them. There is an art show that we have set up, kind of impromptu, down in the lobby. It's going to be there for the month of March, exhibiting student artwork. We have, I believe it's 7 different schools represented down there, from elementary through high school, so that'll be on display through the month of March. Also, today is the last day of the Black History Month art show out over at McMahon Memorial Auditorium, and we'll have some fun stuff going on there. So if we can just go through real quick and just say your name and what grade you're in.
Kira, 5th grade.
Miss Darty, I teach art at Ridgecrest Elementary.
Kyle Good, I'm in 5th grade.
Mrs. Dunn, I teach art at Eisenhower Middle School, and these are our wonderful students here.
I'm Taven Miller. I'm at Eisenhower Middle School, and I'm in 6th grade.
I'm Tian Vo, and I'm in 8th grade.
I'm Alex Sanders, and I'm in 8th grade.
Thank you all very much for your contributions. Okay, that brings us to staff reports. Council reports. You want to start down here?
Nothing to report at this time, but thank you for having me.
As Jason mentioned earlier, tonight is the last night for the Black History Month art that's displayed by local artists. And also today at 5 o'clock at McMahon Auditorium, prior to a speaker that's going to be talking about Black businesses in America, there's going to be a scavenger hunt for elementary and middle school children. It's free, and there's prizes $75, $50, and $30, I believe. if they finish their scavenger hunt first. And so if you have any young people that might want to come out, learn about some of the local Black-owned businesses, as well as hear a phenomenal speaker, that will be tonight at 5 o'clock at McMahon Auditorium.
I'm not a preacher, but I read an article in the paper recently in the Lawton Constitution, and recently a group of people met at the county courthouse. And the reason they met is they want to talk about some of the bad things that are going on, like the recent shootings we've had, some crime that has gone on that shouldn't have happened. And the message was from that group was, we need to work together as a community to get rid of that stuff. None of those shootings, there was no justification for it, well, that I know of. I mean, there should never be a justification for that. So I think that's a great message from that group. Why can't we work together, and why can't we do better on this as a community?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, our condolences too for all the families that have suffered loss in those tragedies. I wanted to just kind of tell everybody my thoughts. There are so many good things that are going on in Lawton. There are naysayers that talk about and criticize things. Some of them, I think, are for the purpose of trying to improve things, because that does happen. But I really am feeling great about a lot of things that are happening. Sometimes it takes fruition and time for that to show some fruit, but we're moving forward. We are moving forward. And I want to also say that I really appreciate here in the last few meetings, we had a lot of citizen participation, and that is very, very important, because we are the representatives of the citizens. So with that said, thank you for your involvement, and let's look at all those positive things that are happening. Thank you, Mayor.
I'd like to say welcome to everyone that's in the audience today. It's always beneficial, certainly makes us feel better up here to see our constituents from the city here to talk to us about needs and problems. We're here to help you. Good to see you today. Thank you.
Mr. Harris.
On the lighter side, I just want to congratulate Colonel P. for his third place finish in the Pinewood Derby. He was only beaten by the mayor and a Girl Scout. So, but good job, Jim.
Thank you, Kelly. I'm proud of my third place finish.
Two brief things. I want to build on what Councilperson Sean Fortenbaugh said. And also in that respect, I want to say there's nothing more important than being parents. So if you've got children at home, enjoy them. There's nothing more important than raising. You're contributing to the community as a whole by spending time with your children, quality time. And so with that said, I'll go to dogs now. I've gotten a lot of calls about dogs, vicious dogs being loose and other dogs being loose. Every time I drive somewhere, I see dogs loose. And there's just no excuse for that. And this has got to change. So please, if you have doggies, keep them up.
That brings us to the audience participation portion of the meeting. If you have something that you would like to present to the council that does not appear on the agenda, please step forward and give us your name and your address, and you've got 3 minutes.
Ma'am, before you get started, would you mind hitting the button on the microphone? And then if you also wouldn't mind giving your name and address.
Hi, I thought I was a louder talker than that. My name is Jennifer Honeyacre. I live at 2114 Northwest Columbia Avenue here in Lawton. And again, thank you to the council, Mayor Pro Tem, and others for hearing me out. So these past few weeks, I learned that where a car wash might actually be a good idea, not being next door to homes was denied, 2nd Street specifically. But I learned that on Sheridan and Ferris, there are no such restrictions that might give me and my neighbors from relief from a 4th car wash within a half-mile radius. So no to a car wash going in that would disturb no one, but yes to one that would. I'm just a little puzzled by that. I'm guessing our zoning laws and noise ordinances were written with the car washes of yesterday in mind. How else to explain why car washes that are more industrial than commercial are going up so close to residential areas? And for those who posit that there are noise ordinances to protect us, in theory, yes. In practice, it's impossible. Noise is not so easily contained, and it's not feasible for a homeowner to call every time it's noisy, which is pretty much any time that car wash is operating. The only way to enforce it is honestly for it to not be operating in the first place, which is not a reasonable request. I understand that. However, you, the council, and the other powers that be can be proactive and preventative. But please, whatever you do, don't try to convince me it'll be okay, that the current ordinances will protect my right to peace in my home. I've had every ordinance and assurance thrown my way, but I live the reality of both the impossibility of enforcement and the shortcomings of them. I live across the street currently from the Sheridan Express car wash. Currently, my backyard will measure between 60 and 70 decibels a day. I'm sure y'all are aware 70 decibels is supposed to be the property line. Again, it's just not very possible, and it's truly kind of sad. I rarely go out on my deck to enjoy the weather, and bad weather days are my friend as they bring relief from the nonstop, 7-day per week, 12 hours per day noise of an industrial motor and multiple vacuums. I don't know if y'all honestly believe that on busy days that these types of noises are going to be contained to a property line, but I'm telling you, they're not. And I've done everything that I can as a property owner. I've put upwards of $20,000, fancy noise-reducing windows. I've carpeted rooms, hung noise-reducing curtains, landscaping, erecting an 8-foot fence, etc. Still hear it. So I'm taking responsibility where I shouldn't have to begin with, and it begs the question where the enforcement is. I don't expect that this new car wash going up on Ferris and Sheridan is going to be any better. As someone who grew up in Old Town North, I'm a Lawtonian, currently still reside in this area, and I'd like to stay put in this area, but allowing another intrusive car wash to go up would be unimaginable and not be the right thing to do by the people who already live there, me included. I think we should have priority. We were here first. I have no other recourse than to plead that the council consider changing the manner in which Lawton allows large car washes to come into our town next door to homes with only empty promises
Okay, you're there.
and unenforceable noise ordinances to placate those who may not already know better, as I do from experience. Remember, council, please, these are not the car washes of yesterday.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, David Tyler, 501 Southwest 77th. I'd like to put an end to the people that aren't want to say 4th and A is not big enough for the transfer site. I took my measuring wheel, I measured length and width, multiplied, and it's over 74,000 square feet, over an acre, 1.7 acres. According to the briefing that the Transit Committee meeting had, was they need 1 to 1.5 acres for a transfer site. Well, that's over and above what they need. Buses take up a 12 by 40 foot area. We've got 9 buses. That's 4,320 feet. I'll bump that up to 5,000 square feet. The building is a 2,000 square foot building they plan on building. The shuttle buses, I went to Bus Barn for LPS and I measured the area that 8 shuttle buses take up. It took up 25, and I'm rounding down, 25 by 100 feet. That's 2,500 feet. I'll double that just to make it all easy. That's 5,000 square feet for shuttle buses. Greyhound, I'll even make allowances for Greyhound for their drop-offs and pickups. 15 by 100 feet, 1,500 square feet. And I'll even make allowances for 5-foot sidewalks taking the length of the north, south, and west side of the building, that's another 4,000 feet. That's 17,500 feet that we need for what we're going to use. That leaves 56,500 feet for expansion, that some people think there's no room for expansion. You could actually double the number of buses. You can put islands for charging stations. There's a whole lot you can do with 56,500 acres. I'm up here for the people that ride the bus, and they overwhelmingly said they want the transfer downtown. And I looked up the definition of downtown. I don't want to read it right now because I'm going to be at some more meetings and taking advantage of my 3 minutes to stand up for the people that ride the bus. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Justin? Oh, okay, go ahead. Are you wanting to speak on something on the agenda? No. Okay. Well, yeah, later.
Hello, my name is Justin Hackney. My business is located at 1902 Ferris. I'm speaking about business today. I sat right here in the front row during the general business license meeting, and I got to say the repeal of that license was a great move. However, it got business owners like myself looking and questioning about permits that we've been paying for years. The packet that I handed each of you will show you what the City of Lawton food service permit is, $212.75. And it's frustrating to find out that is the highest in the state of Oklahoma by a lot. The packet I gave you, you can go down it. Page 2, you'll find the City of Moore is $50 a year. City of Norman, $50 a year. Bartlesville, $40 a year. OKC is between $25 and $100 depending. Enid, $75. And I apologize, I thought I had printed Tulsa's out, but when I made the packets, I found out I double printed Norman's. Tulsa is the second highest in the state at $155 a year. We have them beat by $57 a year. I find that to be ridiculous. I mean, there's no services done. There's no inspection. There's no background check. There's nothing to justify that charge. We're simply paying license and permits to store 3 pieces of paper in a file. You know, I can get a 5x5 self-storage for that a year. It makes no sense. And to top that off, when I went to license and permits to pull our business license for a breakdown, they couldn't even find it. They had to take my name and number, and they called me back 2 days later. So Lawton claims to be small business friendly. If we're small business friendly, we need to revamp these permitting, because there's issues also in second-hand retail permits and others. I'm just speaking on my service right now, though. But that's very important. I think you need to revamp that and become small business friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
How are you guys doing? My name is Aquarion Yarbrough. My address is 8218 Southwest Sun Valley, Lawton, Oklahoma. I contemplated which address I wanted to give y'all when I came up here, because when it's all said and done, what I'm starting to notice is that no one's acknowledging the wrongdoing going on in this city. I've talked to a lot of you guys. We've had a lot of conversations, a lot of you guys. Everyone knows that these citizens are hurting. Everyone knows we got homeless. Everyone knows we have children with problems. We know what we need, but we got a $120 million budget. And let's just say if our population was $100,000. That's $120 million is a lot for a lot of people. Now, I've not done much in my life, ran a few dealerships, pretty good at it. We were #1 in numbers, non-comparable. And I'm only saying that to say I know numbers. Y'all know numbers. We as a community are no more scared of y'all. We're gonna come up here, we're gonna show up, we're gonna speak. And if you don't wanna listen, then we're gonna talk about it. Please stop getting offended if you are doing something wrong and we say you're wrong, because guess what? I've been wrong before. I got some children over there. They'll tell you I've been wrong before. I look at them and I say, hey, Daddy's wrong. Let me fix it. We haven't heard anyone up here yet admit wrong and say, but I'm going to fix it. So I'm asking you, for once, when we come up and speak, please don't get offended. Just say, hey, let's look at it, and I'm going to fix it. Not, we'll talk about it later. Pull them to the side, cover it up, get a few of your friends to talk to them, whoever the most important people are, and forget about those people. When it's all said and done, we as a community know a lot of you people aren't from here. And when I say you people, the people that aren't from here, this community, Lawton, Oklahoma, we want a certain type of community. So we would like you to listen to us to what type of community we want as a community in Lawton. We don't want to hurt anybody. We're not creating any issues. But you guys are charging these people too much money for everything that you've added over the last 3 years. Everything over the last 3 years. I'm done. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else having an item not considered on the agenda? Seeing no one, we'll move to the consent agenda. First, I need to strike items number 14 and item number 28. We're going to pull item number 10. Are there any other items that the council would like to pull? Got 10 and 16. Any others? I would consider a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of striking number 14 and number 28 and pulling items 10 and 16.
I have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please. I'm a yes. We pushed it, but it evidently didn't tell you that. Okay, so that item passed 7-0. That brings us to item number 10. Consider adopting resolutions authorizing the installation and/or removal of traffic control measures at Southwest Sheridan Road and Lee Boulevard, Northwest 35th Street and Arlington Avenue, Northwest 47th Street and Meadowbrook Avenue. Mr. Hampton. Larry, you want to...
This item is broken down into 2 resolutions. One resolution is for lane realignment or reassignment at the intersection of Sheridan Road and Lee. Currently, there are 3 lanes, 2 left turn lanes, 1 through lane that also serves as a right turn lane. This resolution would change that to have 1 left turn lane, 1 through lane, and 1 right lane. So,
Larry, I'm going to...
Yeah, I had, Larry, I had one concern about that left turn lane and the flow of that traffic. I'm not, I know you're the specialist at this. I went out there today at 8 o'clock and took a look at the traffic sat in that parking lot. And then again, I went out at 12 and took a look at that. And I was concerned that maybe the left turn lane would not have enough space because there's 2 lanes there for that straight lane, because I'm assuming the center lane is going to be the lane that goes straight through. And actually, I think that may work. I saw some backup of the traffic because the straight lane and the right turn lane are the same lane at that point. And I guess that's what we're trying to alleviate.
that is correct, yeah. The through traffic and right turning traffic that goes westbound has to use that 1 lane on the outside. And so we'll separate those to where the right turn will have its own lane. There'll be 1 through lane and 1 left turn lane.
Okay. And then Councilwoman Johnson and I had a question on when those, because that whole area is going to be redone at some point, but I think that's 2 or 3 years. But anyways, I appreciate it. I move to approve this motion.
Before we do that, could I get a motion to table? Councilwoman Chapman had asked that the two that involve her area be tabled until she can be here.
Sure.
That would be the four-way stop at 35th and Arlington and the three-way stop at 47th and Meadowbrook.
Yeah, I'll take that friendly amendment and make that amendment.
So we have a motion for
Second.
approval for the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. So let's approve those and table. the
Okay,
other
I've got a motion to approve the 5 items. Do I have a second? Second. Got a motion and a second to approve those items. Call the roll, please, or vote.
I'll call a roll.
Okay.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Yes.
Hankins. Harris.
Now I would accept a motion to table those other two.
I move to table the 2 items relating to Councilwoman Chapman's requests.
Got a motion and a second.
Councilman Fortenbaugh, did you want to table to a specific date or table indefinitely?
Table till the next regularly scheduled council meeting.
Got a motion and a second. Call the roll.
Harris. Gill. Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren. Hankins.
Brings us to item number 16. Consider extending contract CL 22-031 nuisance abatement to Joe's Backhoe Service LLC.
Mr. Mayor, I had a question on this, and it's probably for the city manager. It says price per hour is $62.50. Is that per person, 62? If he has 4 people working, is that $62.50, or is that?
No, it's a straight $62.50 per hour. John would be happy to answer any further questions, though.
Yes, sir. So whenever Joe's Backhoe goes out on their crew, that whole entire crew per hour is $62.50.
Okay, thanks. And I'll make a motion, we approve.
May I ask a question at this point? Has, this person has contacted me and says he does some abatement for the city. So are we, and ask for some grace in the time frame. Does he do abatement for the city?
Yes, ma'am. He
Okay.
is currently one of our abatement crew.
Contractors.
Contractor as of right now.
Okay.
And normally I want to say probably about 15 within 7 days.
Okay.
15 properties within 7 days.
And how many abatement contractors do we have right now?
Currently, right now, we only have 3.
3, okay.
Yes, sir.
If there's no further questions, I'll accept a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve item number 16. Please vote.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris.
That item was approved 7-0. That brings us to unfinished business. Item number 18. We're going to move them in front of the unfinished business?
Oh, okay.
Number 18, consider appealing resolution number 22-157 and adopting a new resolution approving the joint petition settlement and making payment in the amount of $5,500 in workman's compensation claims for LaDonna Henderson.
Council, Mayor Pro Tem, this is a agenda item that was, the workman's comp case was in arbitration, and before the arbitration proceeding reached its conclusion, we ended up settling with the individual. So the $5,500 amount reflects the settlement amount.
That being said, I'll accept a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Call the roll, please.
Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Yes.
Hankins. Harris. Gill.
Yes.
That item was approved 7-0. Moving on to item number 19, hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 6927 Southwest Hampshire Circle, 6929 Southwest Hampshire Circle, and 6931 Southwest Hampshire Circle, 6933 Southwest Hampshire Circle, to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance.
Council, the owners of Hampshire Circle are working with Inspection Services, so it is my recommendation to not declare these dilapidated.
I have
Just for clarification, John, I think it's also your recommendation that this go through the permit process, and you're bringing it back because council directed that it came back at the last regular meeting, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, question.
Yes, sir.
These 4 units are 4 of like 5 connected condominiums. If we get to the point we want to tear something down, do you have to tear the whole building down?
I'm not for sure with that answer, but I will get back with you on the answer on that one. Hold on one second, actually.
Councilman Fortenbaugh, for clarity, and correct me if I'm wrong, John, they're not recommending that these be put on the dilapidated list.
No, I agree
Okay.
with you. I was curious because I've never seen anything where a part of a condominium was recommended for the D&D, even though it's not.
Mr. Mayor. if I
Yes,
may,
go ahead.
Ray Howard, License and Permits Department, and to Mr. Fortenbaugh's question, these are not condominiums, these are townhouses. And I realize it sounds like perhaps we are parsing words at that point, but these are actually 6 separate structures that are, while they are connected, there are parting walls and fire separation between each structure, and each one could be torn down individually if it were properly addressed, because townhouses being unique in that there is a property line between each of those houses. Therefore, they are required by law to be separated by a certain distance and fire separation. And does that answer your question, sir?
Absolutely, thank you.
I was gonna add to that. So you're saying that these definitely have outside walls that are separating these buildings, or just drywall firewalls?
While the outside walls are connected, there is a separating point along each structure so that each
Yeah.
one is actually an individual structure.
Yeah. I'm just wanting to make sure that there's no cost. If we tear one of them down, there's no cost of redoing the outside of the adjoining or the townhouse that's right next to it.
There would be a cost involved with that. If you tore down one of the structures, the remaining structure as it stood would have to have the outer wall covered with.
So there would be a cost to the adjoining owner. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I've got a question. If you tore a unit down in the center, let's say there's 3 units or 4, doesn't matter, an interior unit, you're going to have to do repairs to these firewalls if they're left in the open outside to the elements.
That's correct.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that point.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So Ray, is it a concrete firewall or is it a sheetrock firewall?
It is actually a wood and gypsum board firewall.
Okay.
To call it sheetrock is a little bit misleading. Sheetrock doesn't have the fire rating that Type X.
It's not brick or stone or concrete?
That's correct. It is.
Thank you.
wood board.
Before you. If there's no other questions, I'll open a public hearing. Anyone having the desire to speak on this item, come forward. Seeing no one, I close the public hearing, and do I have a motion?
I'm not sure what we're asking. There's no action.
No action?
No action.
Okay. No action.
Yeah, moving on.
We'll move on. We're going to move items number 21 and 22 in front of item number 20, so we're going to start with item number 21. Receive a presentation from the Lawton Youth Sports Authority and Eastern Sports Management for a feasibility study of the indoor sports facility.
What do you do? Garver go first.
I'm sorry. Y'all have to sit back down. We're going to do 22 first. Receive a presentation updating status of alternate water supply project from staff and consultant engineer Garver Engineering and provide any direction that council deems appropriate.
Council, this is an update on the alternate water supply that evolved when we had the drought of between 2010 2015, and Oklahoma is still in a drought. We've been very blessed this last few years here in the Lawton area, but we wanted to update the council on the current project status and successes and challenges and moving forward. So we have Garver Engineering here, Mary Elizabeth Mock, Bryce Callis, and Nicole Niblett are here to speak to the project.
Thank you, Mr. Wisenhunt, and hello, Council. As you mentioned, we're here to update you on this very important project that really got started back in 2014. As Mr. Wisenhunt mentioned, it was on the heels of a very significant drought that Lawton and much of Oklahoma experienced, and it put Lawton in a bit of a... Next slide, please. Where do I point? On helps, yes. Nothing but turning on the power supply and batteries, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about the agenda, as you can see in this slide that shows the periods of wet and dry over the last 15 years actually. So you can see that those periods of dry weather have been reoccurring throughout time. And so moving on, we're going to talk a little bit about the background of this project. There's been several new council members since this project was first initiated, so we wanted to just give a quick update. And then we're going to talk about the roadmap of this project moving forward, and then finally the next steps. So moving on to the background. So again, as Mr. Wisenhunt mentioned, a record drought had started in the 2010-2011 area, and it led to about a 15-foot drop in many lakes throughout the water supplies that the city of Lawton uses as a supply source. Lake Waurika, and specifically, dropped over 15 feet throughout that time period, as you can see by these graphs. If we look at what that looks like from a pictorial representation, you can see on the left is in 2010, you can see Waurika where it's rather full before the drought started to really take effect. You can see up in the northwest part, it appears kind of a browner water, but you can see the overall surface area is significant when you look to the slide on the right, where the surface area is dramatically reduced, and that has an impact not only on the quality or the quantity of water, but also the quality as well, as the lakes get more and more consolidated and concentrated with some of those aspects of lake that are in the water. So at that time, the city began looking for an alternative water supply to increase the resiliency. The three lakes that Lawton has, Latonka, Ellsworth, and Waurika, were all impacted by the drought. And there was a real critical time at the point at which Lawton was concerned of being able to secure and supply the demand on a daily basis at the crux of that drought. So it was determined that between 5 and 10 MGD was necessary to provide a more resilient water supply that departed from the typical surface water supply. So we looked at a number of alternatives, including indirect potable reuse or direct potable reuse, which is the utilization of the effluent from the wastewater treatment plant as a means for water supply. And then also looked at stream water supply or riverbank filtration, groundwater supply, and then also non-potable applications to offset some of the potable water demands. So it was determined that the Arbuckle-Timbled Temperate Hills Aquifer. I'll get it right. ATH, let's just say that. The ATH has many benefits. It's a relatively unstudied aquifer, however, but you can see in this picture, the outline of the aquifer completely underlies the city of Lawton city limits. So over 384 million gallons per day of water is available for permitting, and only 5 MGD of that water is currently being permitted. So there's a vast amount of water left to be permitted. Also, because it overlies, or the city of Lawton is on top of the ATH aquifer, that means any city-owned property or any platted lands, anything that the city has available rights and immediate access to those water permits because of how water law has been written. So there's a lot of quantity available, but there's also a major concern when we talk about water supplies, and that's quality as well. And Bryce is going to talk a little bit about water quantity and water quality. So the quality side of things is shown in this slide. The Safe Drinking Water Act has maximum contaminant levels for a variety of constituents. And so you can see several of them here with regard to fluoride, arsenic, iron, and then total dissolved solids, or shown here as TDS. These are all regulated, and they need to be below, all drinking water needs to be below those MCLs, or maximum contaminant levels. So for the well 1 that is currently drilled, you can see there's several that exceed the safe drinking water action levels, which are 9.5 for fluoride, 11 for arsenic, 0.3 for iron, which is just at that recommended level, and then over almost 1,000 of TDH. So there's a few things that we need to do to treat the water to bring it down to safe levels, as well as meeting the desired aesthetic and drinking quality as well. So despite that, despite finding the water and it needing some additional treatment for groundwater, it still shows to be significantly cheaper than some of the other alternatives that we evaluated and we presented to council back in 2014, 2015. So you can see indirect potable reuse and direct potable reuse are at $7 and about almost near $6 respectively. And at $2.50 at that time, the cost per thousand was significantly less. You can see on the y-axis, that's the dollars it costs to treat and produce the water per 1,000 gallons with the different types that we evaluated at the bottom. Are there any questions? Okay. So again,
I've got
Mr.
a quick.
Yes, sir. Mr. Harris?
I've got a question. These wells, these test wells?
Yes, sir.
One of those located in Park Lane area?
Will be
Okay.
showing a map that
Yeah.
he will cover on those specific questions.
Okay. And that
Just
Park
hold on to
Lane,
that.
okay, that well in Park Lane, that's just a test well to check the water, or is that something could actually be used and pumped out of?
That actually is a production.
Okay.
We have used it to test the water qualities and to test treatment capabilities.
Only to test it, just to test it. How many wells do we have total that we?
We have one production well.
And that's it, the one in Park Lane. Okay, thank you.
Mary, could you define direct potable reuse?
Certainly. So there's two forms of potable reuse, and reuse is considered something that is typically maybe sent downstream or a water source like a wastewater from your wastewater facility. And so indirect potable reuse uses an environmental buffer. So for example, it would be taking water into, from the wastewater treatment facility, the effluent side, putting it maybe into a large reservoir or lake, and then the water treatment plant would then pull water out of that lake, maybe on the far end of that point at which it's introduced. Direct potable reuse is where there is no environmental buffer, and the effluent from the wastewater facility is piped directly to a water treatment plant, at which point it is then fully treated. So as Mr. Wisenhunt mentioned, we've been in a very fortunate situation in the last couple of years where we've had plenty of rain. However, those drought conditions are still present. This is for 2022 throughout the state of Oklahoma. You can see there's exceptional drought in a wide, vast expanse of the state. However, Lawton looks a little bit better in this particular time shot, but we know that Lawton tends to be in one of the drier areas of the state. And so we can expect that those drought conditions to continue, much like the graphs previously presented would indicate. So now that you know a little bit of the background, I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Cowleys, and he's going to tell you about where we are and where we're going with respect to the alternate water supply. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Bryce Cowleys with Garver. So now we're just going to be talking a little bit about that's the conditions that led to this project, and now what we're doing to provide the City of Lawton with the most cost-effective solution for this water supply. So the ATH is relatively unstudied aquifer. There's several factors that we are looking at whenever we're considering putting a well in a certain location. That's water quantity, how much we can get out of the hole, water quality, how hard it is to treat that, and then of course the bottom line is always going to be the cost, and we put that into cost per 1,000 gallons. So we'll start with the water quantity. Again, like we've said, we're looking for an immediate need of 5 million gallons a day to supplement the City of Lawton's current water supply. That's so that when those drought conditions come back, you'll be able to have that to back up your surface water supplies and provide clean, safe drinking water to your constituents, to Fort Sill, to everybody that the City of Lawton provides water to. And then 10 million gallons a day in the future to, again, make that a more robust and long-term water supply. So the three things that we're looking at are where to drill. We want to make sure we're putting the hole in the right location. The hydrogeology of the area, that helps us, again, to refine that. And then land access and easement, which is the landowner, is whoever has jurisdictional authority over that land going to actually let us put a well there for the city. So drilling new wells requires an iterative process, and we've kind of spoken a little bit of that, where first we start with a geophysical survey. Here we've got some results of a survey. We're not going to go into the weeds of that, but you can see that there's a lot of detail underneath the ground that we can see from these surveys to help to select the correct location for these wells to be placed. We're looking for fractures and rock over 1,000 feet deep. So it's pretty interesting stuff, but that's where we start. Then we need to make sure that we have landowners willing to grant easement to us to build those wells. And then upon procuring that easement, we can then come in and put in test holes. Currently, we've done 16 test holes across the map of Lawton, and you can see over there in Site K, that's the test hole, and then the well that we've completed out there at J. Henderson Park, which, of course, that turned out to be a great location, and so we have drilled that production well at that location. That's going to be able to produce about 1.25 million gallons a day from that one location. If you've been out there, it doesn't look like very much, but it's actually 22% of that immediate 5 million gallons a day need. So it's actually a huge success, a huge amount of water that we're going to be able to provide to the City of Lawton to supplement those surface water supplies. And then, like Mr. Wissenhunt said, we've used that for the completion, or we've used that for the completed treatment pilot. So we actually took the water from that well and treated it in a live in situ situation to assure that we're getting you the right treatment design. And then, of course, we've also designed a standard for the wells and well houses on these future well locations. Now, if we do drill a test hole and it's not productive, or the water quality is bad, or any very reasons why we can't produce that well, we go back to that geophysical survey. So that's where the iterative process is. We're, again, looking for the right places to drill those holes, so we're not wasting time and construction dollars in places we shouldn't. So we go back to that geophysical survey, and we kind of go through that. We're now on our third round of these geophysical surveys to find the right locations, and we keep zooming in tighter and tighter with better and better information of this aquifer to make sure we're getting that right location. Did you have a question? I felt like there was a question there.
I did, but.
Oh, sorry.
I do, Bryce. So 5 to 10 MGD of water is producible as based on the needs or the production analysis of water that we need to supplement our daily usage, right? Or is it monthly usage? And then what percentage of that is the amount that we produce in a month or a day? Doesn't matter. Is it with 90% of the rest of our water, and how many gallons is that per day?
Our average day use is 18 million gallons per day. That 5 million gallons is just under a quarter of that water. But in a drought condition, we move into restrictions.
Right.
When you move into restrictions and everything, that brings that average day use down to around 10 to 11 million gallons a day. So at 5 million gallons, you'll be able to produce half of the water necessary to sustain.
That's just enough for people to drink, basically.
That's basically,
Yeah.
that's potable drinking water.
Right.
And sanitary water is what that.
Okay. That well that's producing right now, well, you said it was producing, the one in Park Lane,
1.25 million gallons.
now, is that going to be a standard, since the water's the same reservoir, is that going to be about the same amount for each well drilled?
That depends on the geotechnical.
Yeah.
Fissures, fractures of the rock at that location.
So
and
we'd need 4 or 5 more wells to,
we
even to
generally
get the,
would need at least 4,
Yeah.
maybe 5 more
Okay.
wells to meet the production level.
So the well that you drilled at Park Lane is in production now, Rusty? It's just we tested it, not,
We have tested it, we pump it once a week, we pump the water out on the ground just to keep the well clean and everything. We have to do a conveyance system to the Southeast Water Treatment Plant, and we have to build a treatment system at the Southeast Water Treatment Plant to treat the water before we can put it into the drinking system.
do we have any figures on how long the reservoir that we're sitting on would last at 5 million gallons a day?
Those aquifers, they regenerate
Okay.
based upon rainfall events and everything, unless there's let's say an earth-changing event, that should be continued.
so you're saying literally an earth-changing event like an earthquake that could change the fractures?
Yes, that could change how the water sits in it. I mean, it's a major earth-changing event.
But there is a possibility that the drought continues, that even where we have that drill, that could affect the rate of flow.
The wells are at that depth, so rain is generally not effective of wells at that depth. This one is 1,400 feet deep, and generally the rain does not influence at that depth.
So Rusty, during this past, when we began the process in 2015 of looking at this until today, how many times has the reservoir dropped to a point where we had to enter drought conditions? Because I don't think it's any, has it?
Since the end of the drought, May 3rd, 2015, since that date right there, we have not had to enter into drought restrictions.
And how low does our reservoir levels or lake levels have to get before we would even consider reducing the consumption or amount of water that we consume?
To go into voluntary restrictions is 70%. We're currently at 90% full on our reservoirs, but we would have to get to 70% to go into voluntary restrictions, and it'd go down to 60% before we get into some mandatory restrictions. Level 3 is where you really get into the enforced restrictions, and that's down at 50%.
So how much water are we treating a day? I'm sorry, how much sewage are we treating a day?
We discharge right at 11 million gallons a day.
And that goes,
To 9 Mile Creek and drains south, goes to Ritter.
so there's no way for us to recapture that water back into Ellsworth?
That's what the indirect or direct potable reuse evaluated. Right now, with the cost of that treatment right there, it is more economical to do the well system. That's what Mary Elizabeth Mock was talking about.
For the future, would it not make sense for us to reroute that into something that goes into Waurika?
It's actually more challenging to get it to Waurika, but you have to permit, if you go right into the lake, you have to, they want it draining through a creek, ODEQs. You drain it into the creek, we're permitted to discharge to 9 Mile Creek. Any other location, we have to go back and seek additional permits, and it depends on how soon it goes into potable reuse facilities that of the regulations that you have to treat your discharge to.
And could we not put it into the pipe that goes to Ellsworth and pump it back into Ellsworth then?
If we went through that process, that's the indirect potable reuse.
All right, thank you.
I just wanted to mention that was one of the items that we studied, is that indirect and direct potable reuse. And one of the reasons why we went in the direction with the groundwater treatment option is because the indirect potable as well as the direct potable reuse option showed to be significantly more costly. So it ultimately, that can all be done, But ultimately, we looked at the best value benefit to the city of Lawton, and groundwater was more than half the cost, or a third of the cost, is the indirect potable reuse.
At some point in time, though, if the groundwater is too low, then that might become a feasible option.
That's possible, but as Mr. Wisenhunt mentioned, groundwater is a very sustainable source of water. And given the size of the ATH and the depth at which we're at, the likelihood of that water amount decreasing over time is much less likely than, for example, the lake waters dropping, because they are it's a very drought resilient supply.
Very quickly, those aquifers are spring fed. Is that an understanding? How are the water replenished? He said rainwater is
Some
one.
of them are spring fed, but I believe that these are so deep that it's been water that's been there for millions of years.
Right, right. So, but it is somewhat being replenished. I mean, obviously,
I believe the outcropping is in Medicine Park area. Mhm.
Yes, it basically, the water shed out of the Wichita Mountains and area of the rock formation, it feeds in from that area into that aquifer, and it's such a deep aquifer that it reaches out quite a ways.
yeah, it's huge. I didn't realize it's that huge. Okay, thank you.
Okay. One other thing I did want to mention on that, as far as when a drought condition does exist, part of why it's nice to have this online starting up is, even though it might only be 25% of your regular usage, you can turn on that supply to supplement those surface water supplies before they evaporate out of your lakes during a drought condition. So it's going to help you to elongate the usage of those surface water supplies as well. Okay, so we're pretty much done with, this is the last slide on the water quantity. So again, that's the process we're going through to find the right location, to find those fractures so we can get the highest production amount of water out of whole is via this process here. So then, as Mary spoke about, we also have water quality that we need to make sure it's drinkable water, right? There's arsenic and fluoride in this water, and that presents some pretty unique challenges. Well, the main thing we want to do is make sure it's a cost-effective treatment. And then we want to make sure that whatever treatment we do decide on will correctly treat in real-world applications. And then we, of course, want to get that final design with all that incorporated together. So to find that most cost-effective treatment of that ATH water, we go through another iterative process. So we're starting at this bench scale analysis, which is something you can go out with jars and you can do in a laboratory setting, very very cheap sort of cost compared to like construction, and figure out what's the best technology to treat this water, and then you go out pilot that to make sure that it works in the real life situation, and then if the treatment passes that pilot, we can incorporate that into our design. So we've done that bench scale analysis, and we did that over 10 different treatment methodologies. So any of these methodologies, literature values, other design works, examples that are out there in the world can treat these constituents in the ATH water. We found the one that was most cost effective, and then we went to pilot it. We actually did put this pilot out temporarily at the J. Henderson Park location. That's the picture there of the Connex boxes where we put in a UF filtration and a RO membrane in series, and in parallel we were able to test that treatment technology there. And then the results of that pilot, we say, does that meet treatment goals? So the reverse osmosis, it did. So that's a very good, we got all the way down to 0.16 of the fluoride, arsenic of 1.5, TDS of 23. If you remember the previous graph, we talked about the TDS level was 500 we were trying to hit, we got down to 23. Fluoride, we're trying to hit 2, we got down to 0.16. So RO did exactly what it should do. It treated that water to a drinkable level. And then the pilot did what it did, which allows us to include that in the water treatment plant design as a cost-effective solution. The UF portion of that pilot also succeeded in telling us that was not a cost-effective solution for pre-treatment upstream of our RO system that we want to be able to put in for you guys. So the alum dose was a little bit higher. The fluoride didn't quite precipitate the way that we would like. It was not a cost-effective solution as much as the bench scale analysis would have told it was. So in eliminating that from our design, we're saving the city of Lawton quite a bit of money if we were to went down that path due to the in situ realities of the ATH water and their complexities. Then we go down to our cost estimates. That's, of course, the bottom line that we're looking at here is how much is this going to cost, and is this the most effective treatment? City staff, Mr. Wisenhunt, has been effective in obtaining 22% of this estimated project's cost as grant dollars. That comes from the state economic development grant as well as a communities project from the federal government. And then the remainder of this cost can be financed through OWRB low interest rate loan programs. And that's the rough order of magnitude of that $60 million. Again, that is rough order of magnitude. We are still looking across this aquifer the correct locations to put these wells, which affects the conveyance, which affects the treatment. So that number will continue to be refined as we go through this process. But then, as we said, we're always going back to those cost estimates to make sure that this is still the most cost-effective treatment. Even after expansions of costs because of recent inflation, construction costs, as you guys are very well aware, we've gone quite up in construction costs. But we're seeing the cost per 1,000 gallons of water treated from this groundwater supply is still around 2.9 as compared to the potable reuse options, which we have direct there at $5.73 per 1,000 gallons of treated water and $7.09 per 1,000 gallons of treated water in the indirect potable reuse. And again, that's because of those advanced treatment technologies that would be required to treat that, and then the conveyance to get them where they need to go, etc. So groundwater continues to be the most cost-effective solution for the city of Lawton to maintain a clean and safe drinking water supply throughout drought conditions. Yeah, and this is true. So we did not go back and reinflate these numbers or anything. These are still stable to 2017 dollars. So if we were to go back, those numbers would also go up from that. So we're kind of using that as our baseline in comparison, and you can see it's still, groundwater is still very much the effective solution here. So what are our next steps? I'll go over a brief, this is our kind of schedule that we have coming up. We're going to award and begin well construction. We're looking to find those locations for those wells, 4 to 5 wells across the eastern portion of the ATH. We're going to hopefully get that out here in the second quarter of this year. Do we want to repilot that pre-treatment technology upstream of that reverse osmosis? I think I told you a little bit ago, that one was a little bit, the one we piloted was a little too costly. So we want to go back and make sure that we get the cost-effective one and it works in situ. So that's going to be around the same time in the second quarter. We're going to finalize those designs for the water treatment plant based on the well locations, the well chemistry, and those pilots. Hopefully that's going to be around Q4 of this year, and then begin that final construction of this system around the first of the year. So we're hoping to get that going for you pretty quickly here and get that underway. Any questions?
Yes. So back to slide 17 about the most cost-effective treatment, where it says the results were.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, 27.
Oh.
So you had it.
Oh, I had it. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
So it says, so the treatment says the reverse osmosis did not do what we wanted to do with the aluminum, the fluoride, and the arsenic. Is that correct?
So the reverse osmosis did. There was two parts to that treatment technology. One was that reverse osmosis to get all the way down to that drinking water level. And there's a pre-treatment to protect that reverse osmosis membrane that we need to make sure that's in there so we're not just shredding these reverse osmosis. Very sensitive, very expensive membranes. So we've got a pre-treatment step before we go into the RO. That's this UF the UF membrane that's upstream of that. That took a little bit too much cost as far as chemical and everything to get that to treat effectively to where it could then go to the reverse osmosis. Didn't perform the way that we wanted it to in situ.
So what failed?
Just the pre-treatment technology. Reverse osmosis is still solid. We're including that in our design. But that pre-treatment technology, that's what we're going to go back and repilot.
Okay. I missed that. So, and how many other wells did we drill, and what was the status of those?
We've done 16 test holes. So we've only got one production well that's actually finalized, encased, and ready for a production well pump to get to the plant.
That's important.
Yes.
So, a little bit on that, it might sound like a lot, but when we think about the challenges, we have that geophysical that Bryce presented.
Right.
And that would tell us the best place to drill, but it might be in the middle of somebody's property. But what we're looking for is a place that's near a section line or an existing road, so that we are as, conscientious about the landowner and not doing something that, when it's near the section line or something, then it's more palatable and it's easier to work out an agreement. And so we have to work within the bounds of what the best situation is with the practical situation of the world around us.
Clearly, we want it as close to the treatment facility as possible.
That's the other thing,
But
too.
back to my question, how many other wells did we drill, or what happened to, were none of the other wells successful?
Well, there's many things that go into that.
Okay.
When they did the test holes, they started far west side of Lawton, all the way across. The far west side of Lawton had a lot of areas that would be production, but it is a long way to the treatment plant. The cost of construction of 24-inch pipeline all the way to the Southeast Water Treatment Plant is cost prohibitive. So we're wanting to stay closer to the Southeast Water Treatment Plant. In a southwest, southeast Lawton, that's the desired locations.
Have to run a 24-inch on each one of them?
No, they come into a collective header of
Okay.
2430. To get 5 million gallon out of the wells to get it to the plant, it's about a 24-inch line to conveyance. Now, as you come out of the well, it's a 10 to 12-inch line coming from each well. These wells are 24-inch diameter hole drilled into the 1,400 foot. So that is one of the other challenges is well drillers at this time. Well drillers are hard to come by right now, and so that's big, and that's hard rock. This is very hard rock.
Well, thank y'all.
The next steps in requesting, we will be bringing back to you within the next just few weeks, authorizing advertising of a well drilling, test hole well drilling package, probably around the 28th of March, to authorize us to advertise to drill test holes with converting them to production wells to meet water quality.
Extra credit if they use a willow switch. Extra credit if they use a willow switch.
Rusty, can you go back to the cost graph where it was $2 right there? So Bryce, you said this was based on 2017 dollars. Is the new $291 based on today's dollars? Okay.
And that right there is comparable, probably a little less than our surface water treatment cost because of our chemical costs today. And this is on a 20-year life cycle. And it's a 20-year life cycle for those wells.
And can you go to the grant page, please? So, Council, I'd like to point out that these state economic development grants and Oklahoma Community Project Funding grants, staff actually got these grants with the help of Garver, and that's a large percentage of the dollars that we do not now have to come up with as a city. Like Bryce talked about, it's 22% or so of the funding. That's a big deal. That's a lot of money that doesn't cost citizens that now we can use for other projects and or divert to other things. We don't have to come up with the whole amount for the complete alternative waters project.
I think the other thing that, and I don't know how many council were here and knew this, and Rusty, you can tell me if the numbers have changed, but a lot of times we start talking about drought and people get worried and they think that we're, headed that way. When we're full, when all 3 lakes are full, we've got, and it quits raining that day, we've got 4 years to get a solution. So once we have the conveyance in place after we get the wells, then what do we decide? 24 months to build?
24 months to get to build the construction of the plant. Now, with today's lead times on equipment, that's more like a 36-month window.
Yeah.
now. But at that time, the decision was we would look at reevaluating, but it was when we reached 60%, then we would implement construction of the treatment facility. And if we had not, the rest of the state, if we had fell this year, the way in 2022, the way the rest of the state, we would have reached those numbers. But God blessed us this year, so with rain in the right locations.
Rusty, are you saying we're going to need another treatment facility?
It's going to be located at the Southeast Water Treatment Plant. It's a separate train of the Southeast Water Treatment Plant. It is an RO. It'll have RO treatment facilities in there. Then it will have a pre-treatment facility, and then they will combine together coming out of the plant.
And you're going to use your voodoo to find the money for that, right?
Well, that's in that number.
Oh, okay, great.
That's in that number. And that number was funded through the 2000.
This is no action.
The 2016 CIP, then refunded through the 2019 CIP.
And the reason some of that's difficult is Rusty talked about when we have to build a pretreatment plan is we have to treat that water to a point that we can blend that with the other water to make drinkable water for the city. So we just can't take it directly from the well and pump it right into our drinking water. It has to be blended with our other water.
Even though when we were all kids, that's how we drink water, it's right out of the well. Well, it's not safe. It's not safe for us today, so it doesn't meet the water quality standards.
Mr. Manager?
Yes.
Was, this is a non-action item, but it does say direct counsel, providing any direction that council might see appropriate. Was there anything that you needed the council to look at?
No, we just wanted to give the council an opportunity to, if they wanted to take any kind of action or anything, we wanted to
Okay.
allow that opportunity.
Just to update you where we're at on the process, and we're still moving forward. And if there's if there's money out there to be found, we'll find it.
Well, we appreciate it. Thank you. That brings us to item number 21, receive a presentation from the Lawton Sports Authority, Eastern Management, for a feasibility study of the indoor sports facility. I promise y'all get to go.
Anybody else thirsty?
Sorry, Brian.
Can I get a bottle of water? I'm just.
It's $1,200.
It's 12. And if you're looking for anything to do with that 22% savings, I got an idea, Mr. Manager. We were here, I guess it was last week, 2 weeks ago, giving you an update on our study heading into the programming that Eastern Sports Management took over. We promised you an update on the feasibility study that they were performing at the same time for the indoor sports complex, or let's call it facility, and you'll see why I want to call it that going forward. And I'll just reintroduce you to John Wack, who is the president of Eastern Sports Management.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us back. I believe that Brian had forwarded to you all the full packet that we produced and gave to the Sports Authority. What I have here today is just a brief summary of the findings inside of that packet, but most of the meaty information you'll find in the 217 pages of that report. Okay. I'm open to suggestions. That's a good one. Okay. So the summary, there were 5 pieces to this packet. A market analysis, a conceptual facility design, a site selection report, a business plan, and an economic impact report. We contracted with Pinnacle Sports, a third party, on the market analysis, and with another company on the economic impact report. We contract with third parties so that there's some level of separation between the analysis of whether or not the community can support a facility and our plans that we show to you on how to operate it. here we go, market analysis. So, as I said, we partnered with Pinnacle Sports. Pinnacle came into town, and we covered some of this 2 weeks ago when we were talking about looking at the potential for the Play Lawton and sports programming in this market. But they interviewed representatives from local, state, and regional organizations and determined that there was unmet demand, facility demand in Lawton. Now, you guys all already knew that, but this is a good both quantitative and qualitative affirmation of what I think everyone suspected. What they found was there was demand for indoor multi-purpose courts. So think basketball court, although maybe the eventual surface of that court might not be your traditional maple surface. But that could be used for anything: basketball, volleyball, futsal, pickleball, a dozen different sports can be played on these multi-purpose surfaces. And then indoor synthetic turf, indoor artificial turf. The first one, the multi-purpose courts, will be both for Lawton citizen use, but also will be the main driver for sports tourism that this facility would create for the community. The indoor synthetic turf is really just a local use product. So with the results of the study in hand, and I should mention also, because of Matt's work with Play Lawton, which gave us even more context and more data, in addition to the study, we were able to come up with a conceptual facility design. We used, to create this design, existing floor plans from facilities that we already have and other buildings that have been designed in other communities. The recommendation that we have for you is a 146,000 square foot building that will hold 8 basketball courts. Those basketball courts would be spaced out such that you can fit 2 volleyball courts per basketball court. And then 2 artificial turf fields measuring about 90 feet by 180 feet. Think of a court that looks something like a hockey rink, except for it would have artificial turf instead of ice. And then, of course, all the support space, concessions, esports room, esports gaming room, fitness area, multi-purpose rooms. So this is a graphic representation of a space budget. This is not a design, but we pulled from other facilities that we have to create this graphic. You can see at the top the 8 basketball courts. You can see at the bottom the 2 artificial turf fields, and then in the middle on the first floor and on a mezzanine level that you see there to the right, you would have the food court, the restrooms, meeting space, offices, lobby, fitness, restrooms, and then a viewing deck. A question was asked when we presented this to the Sports Authority, whether with the availability of land in this market, there was any driving need to put a second floor in the support building, or whether or not it could all go on one floor. The answer to that question is it can go all on one floor. There's no driving need to create a second floor, other than the one need might be just to provide a better spectating and viewing experience for the families that have come there to watch their children's siblings, parents play. So with an idea of the size of the building, and with that comes an idea of the amount of parking necessary, and additionally, with the mandate we received from the Sports Authority to plan for the future beyond this building, we engaged a site selection report where we went to local realtors here in Market and through our own research, put together a list of 10 sites, which we then narrowed down to 3, especially as we were looking to plan for the future. We looked at a variety of factors: acreage, geometry, topography, what existing conditions, utilities, stormwater management, ease of access, proximity to dining and lodging, and of course, probable development timeline. The final 3 sites that rose to the top out of all of them were the area around the current Grandview Field complex, an area at the northwest corner of Cash Road and I-44, large undeveloped tract there of 360 acres, I believe it is, 320 maybe. And then an 80-acre parcel east on Lee Boulevard at 45th, I believe, just south of that intersection. After comparing all, they were all fairly close together in terms of our numerical analysis across all those different categories. But at the end of the day, the Grandview complex was the one that stood out as our number one recommendation. It's kind of hard to see in this light. Maybe you could see it a little bit better. And again, this is in no way intended to be a site layout. This is just sort of a massing exercise to make sure that we can get a building of that dimension, 8 rectangular outdoor fields, 4 new baseball, softball diamonds. You have the 4 existing ones there, and parking for all of those assets. And we determined that while it seems a little bit tight looking at that, at the end of the day, there is enough room at that site for you to build the building and the parking initially, and then hopefully in the future add those additional assets and to be able to have parking and stormwater management, et cetera. So, building in hand, idea of what the market looks like. We developed a business plan that would be used to operate a facility like that. You'll see it in detail in the packet. The main sections within the plan were the mission of the project, which the mayor has made very clear, Oklahoma's premier youth sports destination. Information about how to stand up an operating company, the market research that went into the business plan, the various products that will be served, marketing sales plans, counting and expense control plans, how to staff the facility, and then lastly, the financial projections under the given set of assumptions that we have. I'm not really controlling it at all, am I? Somebody else is. That's so awesome. So again, a little bit hard to read, but this is the pro forma for the first 3 years of operation. You can see it opens up in the first year with top line revenue about 2.2 million. By the third year, that comes up to about 3.2 million. It runs in the red a little bit in the first 2 years, but eventually gets to positive cash flow. A couple things to note. There you'll see 2 different line items there, tournaments and tickets. The tournaments would be the fees that you would either get renting to someone who's going to run a tournament, or more desirable and more probable for this facility, especially given the lead up that you have with Play Lawton into the facility, would be those tournaments would be run in-house as much as possible. Now, they're not all going to be run in-house, but your net margins on an in-house tournament are so much higher than running a rental tournament. It makes sense for the business to develop a set of tournament products that are run by the business itself. The tickets is what everyone is going to be paying to get into the facility. A couple questions were asked again at the authority meeting. Want to make it clear that those tickets are for people coming in from out of town to participate in tournaments or events. Those are not, there's going to be no ticketing or admissions charged for local residents. Couple notes about the assumptions behind the pro forma. We set the price points for someone to come in and lease the courts from out of town to run a tournament at $80. Compare that to the price point we set for a local club or a local team to practice in the facility Monday to Thursday, Monday to Friday. That's set at $25. So we are still planning and taking into account the lower price points that exist in Lawton for athletic participation and the leasing of athletic assets. Similarly, our league price point, which ordinarily we would project out at $80 to $100, we have it at $60 in this pro forma, again, reflecting the below market price points in Lawton. We're also very conservative in the tournaments. We assume 100 days of the year that you'll be running tournaments. That's roughly 50 weekends at 2 days each. Now, some tournaments, hopefully, will be as long as 4, 5, 6 days. But for purposes of creating this pro forma, we only assume 100 days. And we assume by year 3 that we're only getting to fill 70 of those 100 days, 70% of capacity. So there's room for growth within this pro forma for a business that exceeds expectations. The 83% cost of goods sold, it says tournaments there. What I meant was tickets. Most of the ticket revenue, if you are running tournaments, if other people are running tournaments, that ticket revenue is going to leave the facility. In other words, if a basketball club from Oklahoma City comes down here and runs a tournament, they're going to charge $10 at the door for everybody who comes in. The facility itself will take some sort of fees from that, processing fees. Most of that money then goes back to Oklahoma City. Again, another one of the motivations for many of the tournaments to be run in-house as part of the business. And then, of course, we've got the cost of goods sold on leagues running at 40%. Ordinarily, we would put that at 20, but because we have those lower price points, and I think we covered this 2 weeks ago when we were talking about Play Lawton, because we have the lower price points, we have a higher cost of goods sold. Lastly is the economic impact report. It looks at 2 things, the overall economic impact to the community, but also the revenues to the city. This is a 20-year calculation. About 20 million will be sold in food and beverage, 74 million in lodging, 182 million in overall taxable spending with a total impact in the community of 275 million. Revenues directly to the city, about 12 million in sales tax, about 18,000 in utility franchise fees, 5.2 million in hotel motel taxes, another 42,000 miscellaneous, for a total of revenue to the city, $17,266,499. And so that's the sum of the report. You'll see it in the packet. It is divided into tabs, with each tab sort of standing on its own, as we had listed out at the front end of the summary. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
You did a good job. Go ahead, Kelly.
So when we first started talking about this facility was going to be 85,000 square feet, and now it's 2/3 larger than that. Does that include the fields, the outside fields, or is that just the building?
No. So you're right. 85,000 square feet was the initial design. It was 6 courts. 2 big changes in there is, so as we work through the feasibility study, when you start to balance city league play versus drawing regional tournament play, 6 courts were not going to be enough. And then the way that their suggestion is on the conceptual piece of spacing the courts would allow you to do 2 volleyball courts on 1 basketball, and we were planning just 1-on-1. Again, not enough to draw regional competition from a volleyball perspective. One thing about it, 85,000 square feet, the last number we were pushing out was approximately $30 million. Because of the relocation of that site, there are less covenants we're going to have to meet on the construction. Downtown overlay requirements, it was going to be the jewel of the city. This is more of what we typically see in these kind of facilities, a metal steel building, right? It might have some entry point that will draw some attention, but it's a steel metal building, right? So cost per square foot would be less. We're projecting this to be probably in the $31 or $32 million. You're still getting about the same cost with significant more space and capability to host tournaments.
So will we be able to host Lawton Public Schools or state public school tournaments stuff here?
It's not really set up for that. So these kind of tournaments, and really the function of the facility itself. The idea is to have the courts full as much time as possible. So when you go into a high school tournament environment, it's more of an arena type scenario. Right, so I think we have that capability, and I think every gym at LPS level has been redone. That's some of that partnership that we've worked with LPS on, so not intended for that. Could we do something like that? Yeah, we actually talked about this in the authority meeting. The way it can be designed is that you could have striping over striping over striping on those 8 courts, but then right in the middle you can make 1 court and you could bring in temporary bleachers. Not the same feel as an arena type that you're thinking of, I think.
Awesome job.
So next steps, no action item obviously today. We knew we were going to be tight on timeline on delivering the feasibility study, and I do thank John and his team for getting it in on time. It's 217 pages with a lot of numbers in it, so we would not dare ask you to do that. Our authority is likely to take this as an action item at our March 9th meeting. So I assigned homework to them to get through it, and we have that whole trust authority is broken down into committees. So the feasibility for this facility falls into the facilities committee. They'll dive into it a little bit deeper and come with a recommendation. The other thing I want to add is the 3 sites that John mentioned are all feasible. They're all doable. One of the sites that he mentioned, he gave the direction. It is, I think everybody knows it as the KCA land. They are engaged. They are excited about the opportunity. So we're not setting that one aside. I think getting that one to the finish line is probably a little more difficult. This type of project on trust land has not been done in the state of Oklahoma that we know of. So there is a lot to overcome in that scenario from a legality and a time standpoint.
And who owns this land now, currently? Is that us?
The land that we're talking about is owned by the Oklahoma School Land Commission. Grandview Park, as you remember, is owned by LPS completely now with the transfer of the 10 acres this summer. We have had conversations with LPS. The reason why we're looking at 60 acres on this and 80 or more on the other ones is the intent would be to reuse the fields that they're not using before, and there's already some parking on the east side with entrance off of 52nd Street. So that's one of the attractive pieces to this.
Another option that we've got is when this takes off, and I really feel like it's going to take off more than we think it is, simply because the way it's already taken off as far as adult sports and some of the other things that we didn't even expect whenever we started this. There's another half a section towards 67th Street that if we needed to go in and do more fields or something later on, it's there and available.
Yeah, so north of the railroad tracks from 52nd Street to 67th Street, carve out a few spots that are dedicated leases already. There's 231 acres north of the railroad tracks. Then there's also acreage south of the railroad tracks going down to Lee Boulevard. Obviously, the railroad tracks sort of a stumbling block in trying to connect those two. If those weren't there, really that north-south track may be even more attractive because the topography is a lot more suitable for less costly building, we'll call it. So we should be back soon with a recommendation on a site to push forward on. The School Land Commission, I've made contact with them to get an understanding of how that process works. They have they called it an application. I called it a here's what we hope to do memo from me, just to make sure they don't have any problems with it, which I don't think they would. That's considered agricultural land for them. And her discussion was typically commercial, which is what this project would fall in under their structure, is significantly better for them than an agricultural scenario.
Thank y'all very much. Appreciate it. Okay, that moves us to item number 23. Consider approving a revised agreement with the University of Oklahoma Natural Resource Center for youth services as requested by the Youth and Family Affairs Committee.
Mr. Warren, we skipped 20.
Maybe nobody would notice. Okay. Item number 20, hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 104 Southwest 20th Street, 407 Northwest 16th Street, AKA 1516 Northwest Dearborn Avenue, 712 Southwest G Avenue, 1401 Northwest Lawton Avenue, AKA 1504 Northwest 14th Street, 1407 Southwest 7th Street, 1410 Southwest Garfield Avenue, AKA Dr. Charles Withlow Avenue, 2114 Northwest Bessie Avenue, 2220 Northwest 26th Street, 2413 Southwest J Avenue, 2415 Southwest J Avenue, 2417 Southwest J Avenue, 5107 Northwest Cherry Avenue, to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 6-5-1 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance.
It's a tongue twister, isn't it?
Man.
All right, so 104 Southwest 20th Street. I have fire dates on this property at 1/2/23 and 1/31/23. The first building on this property was the one that had the fire in it, where, as you can see, the roof almost completely gone on it. The backside of it, and on the side right there, where it's melted through and actually went through the carport. The second building on this has the roof on it is damaged. The porch is falling in on it. Missing damaged siding on the side. And on the back side as well, it's actually straight just wood on the back and not have any siding on this. And then the fire that broke out on it actually melted the trim that is to the north side that was closest to the building. Any questions?
Questions or comments, council? Seeing none, open a public hearing for the property located at 104 Southwest 20th Street. Anyone having a discussion on this property, come forward with your name. How are you doing? I just need your name and address.
Marlene Nichols, property owner at 104 Southwest 20th. Welcome.
Thank you.
So the house caught on fire by a homeless woman on January 31st. Call came out like 1:15. Is that about right?
Ma'am, could you bring the microphone a little
Oh, I'm
closer?
sorry.
Thank you.
What did you not hear? I'm sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead.
So, gosh. Can you guys see that on your computer?
Mhm.
Yeah. Thank you. This house was built in 1936. It didn't have any plumbing in it. How long do I have to talk?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay. Let me take care of business first before I talk, okay? So, here's y'all's letter. Who's my ward council? You, Mr. Hill?
Mr. Hampton.
Hey, Mr. Hampton. Hi. I'm only going to give you one copy, but you can pass it down. But since you're my counsel. In 1942, my grandfather opened a laundromat in that building right there you're looking at. This right here is a lot of history. My family came here in 1901. We drew land in the lottery. Our number was 157 out of 6,500. So we do have a little history here. This is sentimental to me and it's got to go. And I know that. I understand that. And I have an estimate here for the demolition for it. So That's where I'm standing right now, is the time to get the permits. I need 2 permits because it's 2 lots. I need 2 sewer caps, and I'm not really sure about the gas. I have to find out about the gas. I'm going to need time. You know, I understand that, you know, once y'all do your thing, I'll have time to get permits, and then if it's not finished, I'll have time to get permits and time to get permits up to 6 months. This was my dad's home that he grew up in. So it's going to be hard to see it go. But believe me, when I drive by it in a few months and I just see the grass and the flowers, it's going to make my heart full again. Honestly. I know this has been coming for a long time, and I put it off and put it off. And it took a homeless woman to kick me into gear and get into the next chapter of my life. So the next thing I want to talk about is the homeless people here. The minister that came in and prayed, he asked you to open your hearts. I ask you to open your hearts too. Okay?
Yeah.
I appreciate what you said. I appreciate what you said. I take those words into
Okay.
consideration.
That's time.
Now what do I do?
Okay. You understand, and I don't know what the council's going to do, but if they do, go ahead and approve it to be put on the D&D list. You've got 30 business days to pull a permit to demolish. You get a reduction in fees at the landfill if you do that. And as long as you're making an effort to get that accomplished, they're going to give you, if you need extra time, they're going to give you extra time as long as you're making headway.
Even if it's slow progress? I don't expect that, but I'm just saying.
Well, it has to be progress.
Absolutely.
And council and city manager, I believe the ordinance is just changed to allow for a maximum of 180 days. Is that correct?
That is correct, but I think the word that Mr. Warren used, and the optimal word is progress. So there is up to 6 months of progress for people who are rehabilitating homes.
Right, you've got 6 months, so that's what you want.
Yeah, I won't need that. I'll need 1 weekend.
Be sure you're making progress, though. Anyone else want to discuss? Okay. Nothing else? I'll close the public hearing.
Thank you.
And
Yeah, whether you repair this, decide to change your mind, repair it or demolish it, it's the same thing. They'll work with you on that. And I make a motion to approve the resolution declaring this structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
got a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Johnson? Warren?
Yes.
Hankins? Harris? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Fortenbaugh?
That brings us to 407 Northwest 16th Street, also known as 1516 Northwest Dearborn Avenue.
All right, so the primary address on this is 1516 Northwest Dearborn Avenue on this building. It is what the county assessor has for both buildings as well. It had a fire date on it, 9/8/2022. As you can see right here, there's exposed wood on the window seals from water damage, damage to the roof and the trim along as well. Holes in the side of the building that are letting weather and critters inside the house into the attic. Damaged trim, broken window. Once again, the backside is also damaged with the trim on it, and then the access point underneath the house is actually exposed. And then the other building that was on this property had the fire damage on that. Questions?
Yeah, I went by, I usually go by most of, every house that I get put on the list and take a look at it. I saw the fire damage in the back. Was there fire damage to that front structure also?
So not to the front structure, but to the carport, yes, there was.
Okay. All right, that's my only question. And both of these houses are on deed. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Seeing no other questions, I'll open a public hearing on 407 Northwest 16th Street, also known as 1516 Northwest Dearborn Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this property, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and request a vote from the council. A motion from the council.
I move to approve resolution declaring this structure on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth by the resolution.
Got a motion? And a second. Call the roll.
Warren.
Yes.
Hankins. Harris. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Fortenbaugh. Johnson.
That brings us to 712 Southwest G Avenue.
712 Southwest G Avenue, inactive utility since 2017. Also has fire dates on August 27th, 2022 and December 16th of 2022. On the front side of the building right here, you can see the smoke from the fire came through the front windows. Try to get a best picture as I could inside the house. The soffit is actually falling down in the back side. The back door with the fenced in, or with the metal door frame security door, was actually kicked in, but the security door was still locked shut. We still have boarding and securing on the side of the house. The garage on the back side, the garage door is damaged. The trim on the roof is damaged on that one as well. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
And this house, the back structure and the front structure is up for demo, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just making clarification there.
No further questions from the council. I'll open a public hearing. Property located at 712 Southwest G Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this property, come forward this time. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to approve the resolution declaring this structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth by the resolution.
Have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Hankins. Harris. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Yes. Brings us to 1401 Northwest Lawton Avenue, also known as 1504 Northwest 14th Street.
So 1401 Northwest Lawton Avenue and 1504 Northwest 14th Street sustained a heavy fire damage on 9/30 of 2022, or excuse me, 12/30 of 2022 and 1 January 2nd of 23. As you can see, the fire went through the whole entire house on this. Questions?
Seeing no questions, I'll open the public hearing on 1401 Northwest Lawton Avenue, also known as 1504 Northwest 14th Street. Yes, sir. Just need your name and your address.
Mike Dale. My address is 2602 Northwest Lakefront Drive. I'm a mortgage holder. I'm a mortgagee on this both property. And I tried to contact the person who I sold it. He's living in California, so I need some more time to contact him. And actually, if I get the property back, I'm going to have a demo.
And my suggestion, I don't know if, my suggestion is if you're a mortgage holder and you can't find the person that you have sold it to in the past, that you should probably pull a permit to either demolish it or to rehab it, because if the council votes to put it on the D&D, then if you come down and do that, then you will have time, just as we spoke earlier, you'll have time to either demo it or rehab it. But if the council puts it on the D&D and you don't do anything, then when it comes around to time, it will be demolished. So that's, your issue is between you and the person that you sold the property to. So that's the only thing I can offer.
Right, but according to one of the lawyers, I asked them, because I never have done this, they said I have to go to the court to repurchase the property, and it takes a long time. It's not going to, so I'm not sure how I can get possession of the property.
So, sir, I would recommend what the Mayor Pro Tem just said, which is pull the permit now. That legal process may take a while. And so I understand it's between you and the individual you sold it to, but this process is independent of that. So if you don't pull a permit, the house will be destroyed. So maybe that's what you want, maybe it's not, but if you don't want it to be destroyed, then I would recommend that you get the permit as soon as possible.
If you pull the permit and just simply being able to show neighborhood services that you have filed a lawsuit against that person, that could be enough to give you more time. Now, how long a time, that's between you and the courts.
The main question, if I don't do anything, then what happens?
At some unspecified time in the future, it probably would take at least 6 months. It would be destroyed, and then it would be and then a lien would be put on the property.
But they cannot go personally after me, or they can go...
Well, the property would be encumbered at that point. So there'll be a lien, there'll be a demo lien placed on the property. So if the property comes back to you, you'll have to satisfy that lien in order to hold it free and clear.
But if I don't want a property, I just want to give it to city or whatever they can take care of.
You're saying you're going to give a gift to the city? Is that what you're saying? Like, would you gift the property to the city? Okay.
Because I'm a mortgagee. I'm holding the mortgage. The guy is not answering the phone, is not getting on. I know where he lives, so I sent a certified letter, but I haven't got any answer yet.
Well, we could consider the gift at a later point down the road, but this process has to kind of work out first. And if it does go all the way to the conclusion, then there will be a lien placed on the property.
So it would still be a good idea to go ahead and pull a permit to demolish, and then discuss that gift with the city attorney's office or someone else on staff, because that way, I mean, demolition's probably going to be, I'm guessing, probably $5,000 to $8,000. And you don't, if you can keep from having that put on the property, that would be a good thing. So I would pull a permit and then see what happens.
Where do I get more information? Who is the person I need to go and talk to?
Perfect location. Mr. Mayor.
Hey, I don't know, because I'm here for 30 years. I never had an issue like this, but this is going on now.
John? So it says the title holder is this person out of California. So the lien would actually go against them, not against Mr. Dave, correct?
The lien goes with the property.
Right.
So whoever is the owner of the land would be responsible for satisfying the lien. So if he tries to sell it, then the property will be, I mean, that'll be identified in the title opinion.
So
If he repos the property, he's going to get the lien along with it.
Yes.
Right, but, yeah, okay, so, and that was, I was wondering is, if he just leaves it alone, then he's got a separate issue to reclaim to get his money back out of it.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
I've got a motion and a second. Call the roll, please. Oh, I'm sorry. If no one else wishes to speak on that item, close the public hearing. I've got a motion. I've got a second. Call the roll, please.
Harris.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren. Hankins.
That was approved 7-0. That brings us to 1407 South, no.
Yes.
Yeah, 1407 Southwest 7th Street.
All right, 1407 Southwest 7th Street, inactive utility since 2019. The porch of it is falling in on itself. The front wall is missing, and this is not a fire structure either. So the front wall that was converted from a garage is falling in. The building on the backside, the shed, the roof of it is actually caving in on itself as of right now. Damage on the siding right below the window. And then also the roof, it has damage on it as well. Questions?
If there's no questions from council, I'll open a public hearing on a property located at 1407 Southwest 7th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this property, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Call the roll, please. Oh, I need a motion.
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
I have a motion and a second. Now call the roll, please.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Yes.
Hankins. Harris.
Yes.
That motion passed 7-0. That brings us to 1410 Southwest Garfield Avenue, also known as Dr. Charles Whitlow Avenue.
So this property has inactive utilities since January 19th of 23. It had a fire date on 12/27/22 and 2/6 of 23. Smoke damage, as you can see, above the door and also above the garage door as well. I do have a fire report, and this is per the fire report. The house had heavy fire damage to the corner bedroom and roof assembly. Above the moderate smoke damage throughout the house. The home was only occupied by one male who had disappeared during the firefighting activities. Questions on this one?
Seeing no questions, I'll open up. Oh. Yeah, seeing no questions from council, I'll open the public hearing on property located at 1410 Southwest Garfield Avenue, also known as Dr. Charles Whitlow Avenue. Mr. Dillard.
Yes, how you doing?
Very good. Go ahead.
Yes, we just had that fire about 3 or 4 months ago.
Sir, could you please,
We closed the windows.
sir,
We
could,
closed the windows.
Your name and address, I'm sorry.
We cleaned the house out of Jerry Dillard.
And your address.
With the 1410 Garfield.
No, your address.
Oh, my address?
Yeah. Yes.
4104 Wolf.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I got a P.O. Box. P.O. Box 241, Long Home. No, I got it. And I'm here for Garfield, the fire in Garfield. And we are fixing this house up slowly as we get the funding to fix it up. I purchased this house for my son, which is my grandson. I adopted him. And the water heater exploded, and that's what caught the house on fire. So we're in the process of repairing the house now.
Mr. Dillard, I don't know if you understood what I had told the people before, but if you'll come in, and you do want to rehab the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you'll come in and speak to this gentleman here and pull a remodel permit, and your time will start, you've got 30 business days to pull a permit. Once you pull that permit, if you have a continual show of progress in fixing it up, they will extend that permit up to 180 days, and then we can, I'm assuming, city manager, we can revisit it after the 180 days?
If he makes significant progress and he's close, I don't think it would be a problem for council to reconsider it at that point, because the ordinance did say before it was 90 days, and that was supposed to be the process. So I assume when we rewrote the language, and I haven't memorized it, that there will be a similar process. So if he's close at 6 months, can always bring it back to council for a renewal.
So as long as you're making headway, in 6 months, we're going to give you, the reins and let you move forward and get it fixed up. At the end of that time, if you've made enough progress, we could probably revisit it and extend it.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no one else, I'll close the public hearing and accept a motion.
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
I've got a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Yes.
Hankins. Harris.
Yes.
That brings us to 2114 Northwest Bessie Avenue.
All right, 2114 Northwest Bessie Avenue. Sorry, notes. Inactive utilities since 2015. This property has boards on the windows. As you can see right there, damage to the trim on the roof. Damage on the siding, actually at the bottom where there's actually been water damage to this property on the side. Graffiti on the back. Busted windows on the side, on the back as well. And then damage to the roof. Questions on this one?
Seeing no questions from the council, I'll open a public hearing on property located at 2114 Northwest Bessie Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this property, come forward, please. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. What's the desire of the council?
Here. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
You've got a motion
Second.
and second. Call the roll, please.
Hampton.
Yes.
Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Yes,
Hankins.
that motion.
Gill.
Yes.
That motion passed 7-0.
You gonna let me go?
No, you're not allowed. That brings us to 2220 Northwest 26th Street.
2220 Northwest 26th Street, inactive utilities since 2014, and also has a fire date of November 16th of 2022. As you can see right here, trimming was melted during the fire. Damage to the roof. This area right here actually is to the attic, where none of the trim has survived on that. There we go. Soffit has actually fallen down in the backside over the porch. Once more soffit falling down around on the side of the house. Questions?
Seeing no questions from council, open a public hearing on property located at 2220 Northwest 26th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this property, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. What's the desire of the council?
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Yes,
Hankins. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
that motion passed 7-0, bringing us to 2413 Southwest J Avenue.
2413 Southwest J Avenue, inactive utilities since 2010. So we have damage on the siding, windows and doors were boarded up. As you can see right here, damage to the trim of the roof as well, and there's also roof damage on this. And then the side door right here to the back was actually kicked in. You have any questions?
Seeing no questions from council, I'll open a public hearing on property located at 2413 Southwest J Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this property, please come forward. Seeing no one, close the public hearing, entertain a motion from the council.
I move to approve a resolution declaring this structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Johnson. Warren.
Yes.
Hankins. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Fortenbaugh.
Motion passed 7-0, bringing us to 2415 Southwest J Avenue.
2415 Southwest J Avenue, inactive utilities since 2021. Doors and windows were boarded up. As you can see right here, window trim is missing around the side, which has created water damage to the wood around it. Damage to the bottom of the siding, where siding gets missing, to also create water damage underneath the house. And then also, this is on the back side of the building where there's trim missing, and it's actually leading straight into the back of the house. And then there is roof damage and trim damage to the back side right here. And then there's actually an empty hole that's actually allowing critters and weather to get into the attic. Any questions?
Seeing no questions from council, open the public hearing on property located at 2415 Southwest J Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this property, please come forward. Seeing no one, I close the public hearing. What's the desire of the council?
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Got a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Warren.
Yes.
Hankins. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Johnson.
That motion passed 7-0. 2417 Southwest J Avenue.
2417 Southwest J Avenue, inactive utilities since 2019. On this property itself, you can see that there's damage to the roof and siding, and also to the trim around it. On the back side, more roof damage, trim damage to the roof as well, missing siding on the back of the house, boarded up window, damage to the corner of the house. And then around the window frame, it's actually bare wood where there is no siding on that. Now this house, we do believe, is being occupied by vagrants because there's a makeshift chimney inside this building. More damage to the roof and to the siding as well, to the trim. And then to the carport out front of it, has a hole in the top of it. Any questions?
Yeah, I drove by this property and talked to the neighbor, and she said that there was somebody that had occupied. I asked her if they were the owners, and she said that they were transient people that had moved in there.
Seeing no other questions from the council, open a public hearing on 2417 Southwest J Avenue. Anyone having a desire to speak on this property, please come forward. Seeing no one, close the public hearing. What's the desire of the council?
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth by the resolution.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Hankins. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Yes. Motion passed 7-0. Brings us to 5107 Northwest Cherry Avenue.
5107 Northwest Cherry Avenue has inactive utilities since 1/26 of 23. It does have a fire date of 11/19 of 22. This fire started in the garage itself, where where you can actually see the roof is actually falling in the garage. Smoke damage, soffits falling down, and then smoke damage actually throughout the whole entire property. Questions?
Seeing no questions from council, open a public hearing on 5107 Northwest Cherry Avenue. Anyone desiring to speak on this property, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. What's the desire of the council?
I'll be acting for Councilwoman Linda Chapman. Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Got a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Yes.
Hankins.
Yes.
That motion passed 7-0. Brings us to item number 23. Consider approving a revised agreement with University of Oklahoma National Resource Center for Youth Service as requested by the Youth and Family Affairs Committee.
Council, Mayor Pro Tem, this was an item that was originally brought before this body on the 28th of June of last year. It was approved. Due to some staff shortages at the University of Oklahoma, the agreement was not able to be started when they initially planned, which was 1 July of last year. So they're finally, the staff shortages have been resolved. OU's ready to get started. So all we're doing here is amending the start date from 1 July of last year to 1 March of this year. So, Council, I would ask that you approve this amendment.
Motion to approve the amendment for item number 23.
Got a motion? Second. And seconds? Call the roll, please.
Hankins. Harris. Gill. Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Yes. Item passed 7-0. Item number 24, discuss approving the Youth and Family Affairs Committee funding recommendations.
Council, Mayor Pro Tem, unfortunately, no one from the Youth and Family Affairs Committee could present today, but I understand at their last council meeting, they've made recommendations to give $18,000 to the Last Frontier Council of the Boy Scouts of America, and they made a recommendation to give $10,288 to the Peer Court Program for Teen Court. So the total amount is $28,288. And again, this committee's purpose is to support programs for at-risk youth. So I would recommend that council approve these recommendations from the Youth and Family Affairs Committee.
With that recommendation from the staff, is there a motion?
Motion to approve item number 24.
I have a motion. Seconds all around. Call the roll, please.
Harris. Gill. Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Yes.
Hankins.
Item passed 7-0. Item number 25, discuss general security at City Hall and provide direction to city staff as council deems necessary. Who?
I can give an update. So, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, as you've seen throughout this building, we've been very careful, very thoughtful, and very judicious in the installation of cameras. The reason that being is we want to maintain the historical significance and structural integrity of the building, and there's just certain places that cameras can go and they cannot go. So the interior of the building has been outfitted with cameras, and what we've done for the outside of the building, we're preparing to begin on that. So there are currently not cameras on the outside. What we've decided to do is put standoff arms on the cameras, paint them a brick color, right? We got a permission from the manufacturer of the cameras that we could paint the plastic outside of the lens, the clear lens, to more blend in with the building. And then what we will do is we will mortar that or anchor that through the mortar joints between the bricks so we don't damage the brick to the building. It's much easier to repair the mortar than it is the brick. And then we'll have 360-degree visualization or oversight of the building once that's done, as well as inside the building. Now, Dwayne will speak about the rest of it, which is interior security measurements that we're taking to increase security for the inside of the building, and we're moving along with that. So, Dwayne, you want to go ahead with that part?
Yeah, if you'll recall, I guess it was a few months ago, we gave a quick briefing on the threat assessment for this facility specifically, and we're working towards implementing some of those recommendations that came from the police department, where we're going to be starting to initiate the limiting of access points into the facility It may be somewhat of an inconvenience for all of us, but we're going to start limiting the access points as well as implementing as we come through the entry in the front, there will be a metal detection, and we're working on getting the x-ray machine moved over to this facility as well. So all the visitors that will come in will come through a metal detection system, and then the bags and things of that nature. There will be no weapons allowed, clear signage placed on that, and then designate the exit as well. So we're working on those. And then the other piece of that we talked about was limiting access for vehicular traffic around the facility itself, trying to limit some of those access points. That at this point in time is kind of limited to whenever we get the drive-through facility installed or built, constructed out here on the west side of the parking lot, where our drop box can then be removed, and we'll be utilizing that as the drop point. And that will start, but that will enable us to limit the access into the circular drive as well. One of the other things we talked about, if you'll recall, is potentially making this east parking lot over here a gate only, where you have to have a key card. It'd be staff vehicles only, wouldn't be any visitors coming through there, and you'd have to have keyed access to get in there as well. Security contract that we have with Triangle Security, we'll be budgeting for that again this next upcoming year. One thing that I will say is that we'll probably have to increase that as the security devices that we'll be using, it takes more than one person to operate, so we'll have to up that as well. And then also we stay in constant contact with the police chief and his department and addressing any additional staffing needs as might come up.
I've got a statement. I had a quick question, a request maybe. I've heard from, I've made fun of them a couple times, but I've heard from some citizens also and some staff. Can we get the bulbs changed in the parking lot, the purple bulbs? Because it's pretty dark out there when it's, we're in a good place now because it gets light earlier, but when it's dark, when people start going home or when council's done even, a lot of times it's dark and it's pretty black over there.
I think those may be programmed.
I think they are. And you know, what's interesting is I recently attended a conference, and on the way back, every street light was purple. So I don't know if they're degraded LED bulbs and it makes them become purple, or if they're programmable, like Dwayne said. I think they're
I was
programmable.
wondering because some of them, there is a recall on some bulbs.
We can check that. Is there a certain color you'd like?
White. I'd even take beige over purple.
Mayor Pro Tem, right here.
Sir.
Dwayne, I think one of the priority things to look at is safety for people leaving this building and going to their cars. We make people mad at times, and I know we've had the discussion, well, we're going to leave in a group of 3 or 4, but just so there's a group. But it would feel a lot better if somebody was there to walk us to our cars, especially if there's a mob outside or something. But every employee in this building deserves that kind of security.
I've also got a statement, I believe, that the city attorney is going to read from the mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's correct. This is the mayor's statement. When I first arrived 4 years ago, police stood by until council members got in their vehicles and left. This has been discontinued because some council members have been followed to their car by less than friendly persons and employee vehicles that have been vandalized. I have asked on occasion that this practice be reinstated, but it has not. So the mayor's recommendation is to direct staff to develop and bring back a council policy for increased and enhanced security measures.
Thank you. Anybody else on council have any comments? Seeing none.
Hold on just a second.
Here we go.
I want to add to what Councilman Fortenbach said. I think it's especially important for when the women leave to be escorted out. I don't, we've tried to kind of take care of that on the council a little bit, but there probably needs to be something set inside that's static that will provide for that especially.
But for the record, it's not just the women. Sometimes I walk out there and I can start walking really fast towards my car.
That brings us to item number 26.
No, we need to,
Yeah, someone needs to make a motion that we direct staff to develop and bring back a council policy for increased and enhanced security measures for staff and council.
So moved.
We've got a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Yes,
Hankins. Harris.
that motion passed 7-0.
Get Jim to provide us security?
Okay, number 26, consider adopting an ordinance amending personnel policies and procedures, section 17-1-5-151, division 17-1-5, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015 by removing the reference to regular employees, removing the sentence referring to normal working hours for regular employees, adding normal business hours, modifying the period of lunch from 1 hour to either 30 minutes or 60 minutes per workday, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Good afternoon, Council. We're bringing this to your attention to try to change this code a little bit. There's been a lot of, as you can see in one of the attachments that I put in there, there's a list of Oklahoma cities that have went to alternate work hours for their employees. It's also going around the country, going to alternate work hours. Some of them are going to 4 10-hour days. Some of the cities in Oklahoma are going to 4 9-hour days and then a 4-hour day on Friday, and then the city shuts down at noon. That is not an option that we're really looking at seriously. What we're looking at is 4 10-hour days. The city, and on the ordinance, what we're doing is we're taking out the reference to the normal employee work hours of 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. This will give the employees the ability to work 10-hour days, 4 days a week. However, the city offices still have to be open 5 days a week from, like the ordinance says, 8 to 5. So if you've got an office like I do of 9 employees and they all want to participate in this, then we split the days up where half the employees work Monday through Thursday and the other half works Tuesday through Friday. We're still staffing the office all day long. We still got employees there. But this is kind of, it serves a twofold purpose. One, it helps the employees. It's kind of an extra benefit for the employees. It gives them an extra day off during the week. Depending on how it's set up in the different departments, it could give the employees anywhere from 2, 3, or 4 days off a weekend. Depending on how they split up their weeks and how they work them. It gives the employees more family time that they can spend. But the second reason why this is good is it also gives the citizens a better chance to come in here and do business at City Hall or other businesses. If the employees work till 6 o'clock at night, then that means the offices like here in City Hall can be open until 6 o'clock at night. Those citizens that we have that work from 8 to 5, like we do right now, and they can't get here unless they take off time from work. They've got an hour after they get off of work at 5 o'clock to come in here and do whatever business they need. So that's the reason why we're trying to change this just a little bit. There's a lot of different, and the reason we didn't put specific options in here to work is right now we've got, if you look at the ordinance, it says the directors can make changes. Right now we've got the police department, the patrol division works 10-hour shifts. Some of solid waste works 10-hour shifts. We've got the emergency communications works 12-hour shifts. and they work 3 on, and then the 4th day is a half a day. So we've already got that going around depending on what the directors need. This is just opening up to the whole city, so the directors, if they can do their job and they can staff their office better and give the employees a little bit of perk and make a morale issue, then that's what we're trying to do. Question?
I don't have a question. I've got a comment. And I think in the roundabout, I think it's probably could be a good program. I've even started thinking about doing that at my work. But I'm concerned with a horrible, horrible wreck if we just try to do that citywide. I would much rather pick a department that is heavily involved with the public, and I don't know who that would be that is the most, whether that's water or who it would be, and license and permits, somebody. Let's pick a department and let's try that for a few months and just see how it works, because I would hate to do this whole deal citywide and then find out that it doesn't work and we've got this huge giant wreck that we got to try to rectify. That's just my thoughts, council.
I'd like to say something, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir.
I agree with you. I think that's an excellent idea. We should give it a trial period, see how it works out. And we are going to have problems, I heard building and safety mention, when we're already short on inspectors and we only have so many inspectors. So is this going to be something that you're advocating completely across the board, or like it is now, just in certain departments? Because I see a lot of problems there, and that's definitely a service-oriented function of our city government. City government's here to serve, and because of that, that puts really hard restraints sometimes on us to be able to perform all those services. And with a shortage of inspectors right now, and a shortage of plan readers right now, and I could go on, and probably in your section and every other. I know that Rusty said, I think he had 28 or 30 employees short right now. So it's a real problem, something we do need to look at. Concept, I don't have a problem with that, but how it's going to be worked out, will take some really hard work.
Okay. Just to answer a little bit about that, Joe walked up here. Financial administration has been doing this since July. They did a pilot program with their department, and not everybody signed up for it when they first started, but then as they go, I think most everybody in his department, finance, is doing that. Then we talked about, well, they're not seen by the public that much. Citizens don't interact with finance. So the next thing was, okay, talk to the manager's office and let's do a test period for 4 months, 6 months, however long we want. But what we're looking at is, and we understand the reason for a testing, what we initially are looking at now is if we do a test period, we do City Hall. Because it's going to be difficult for one office in City Hall to be open till 6 o'clock and another office not open till 6 o'clock. Citizens aren't going to know who they can come visit and who they can't come visit. So if we do a test, if we do City Hall, then we do City Hall, and we let the departments and the employees that can participate. This is not a mandatory program. If the departments don't have the staffing to do it, the departments don't do it. If they have employees, we have a lot of single parents in the city that may not be able to work 10-hour days because they've got kids that they've got to take to school. They've got daycare or whatnot. So it's a voluntary program. It's not mandatory for anybody. And if you get a department that doesn't have enough people in that department to do the 10-hour days, then they just don't do it. But it's voluntary for everybody. So if we've talked about a test period, and if we do that, we would like to do the whole City Hall. That way the citizens know who's open and who's not. It's not citywide at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, yeah, 10-hour workdays are kind of super for families to have an extra day off during the week, get things done, and that you can't afterwards. I do know my son, I don't have kids, but my son, I know they've got a schedule that they probably have to meet because they've got young kids that they have to pick up at the nursery, and working 10 hours is going to push down into that time period. And I'm not against that either. I do think that most of the areas that I would be concerned about are really customer service areas, like was mentioned. I mean, the water department is really a big one because I think that really deals with constant public traffic going on in there. And I don't mind a study for the whole city hall, but I would really like to find specifically like the water department. I mean, how much trouble are we going to have at the water department with the citizens interacting there? I know Councilman Gill was talking about permits, and that's understandable there. But I mean, the constant flow of people at the water department, I think I would like to see the numbers of how that would work out.
Joe may be able to talk about that.
And I've discussed this extensively with my staff in the water department. We are going to be working split shifts in that department to manage the workflow. It's vital that we have employees. We be fully staffed on Mondays and Fridays. Those are our two of our busiest days. So we're just splitting our shifts up a little bit. Some people are going to come in a little bit earlier than others. Some people are going to stay a little later than others. They're going to stay at 8 hours, but they're going to cover the time frame of 8 to 6 for City Hall being open. I think that's the crutch for the citizens, is that the citizens have that customer service experience till 6 o'clock. And it's going to be awful hard to do that in City Hall if the building is not open until 6 o'clock.
Right.
But we're ready to do it. We've got our plan worked out, utility billing and the water department. We are ready to tackle this, and we're ready to succeed at it.
Yeah, I think that I think that's wonderful, and it's no doubt organization and setting up office procedures and that stuff will take care of that. You know, I think the word that comes to my mind is seamless. I mean, if it works out, then no one, the general public won't even know that it's happening, and that's why the test running the test program to see, because we've implemented things, several things that has not been transparent, and it's really caused a lot of issues with the citizens and the council, because and I'm sure the staff too, because the uprising that, and maybe I shouldn't call it an uprising, but the citizens were having. So
some of the things we've implemented have not run as smoothly as we would have.
Yes.
There have been numerous things that we have had to try to overcome that were not expected.
Yeah.
But I think that I've done this before in other cities. I'm doing it now in the finance department. My staff in the finance department absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Of course, they are not as front-facing as the water department is, or license and permit is. But I think that I've got a little bit of insight to maybe help mitigate some problems up front. And one of the ways that we can do that now is that we're open longer hours. People are not going to be crunched to get in here at noon or have to take off work early to come in and conduct business after 5 o'clock.
Right.
And that I think will be the customer service experience that our citizens are.
Yeah, that was the other question I was going to ask. With the 10 hours, that's not 8 to 5. And so thus, with the 10 hours, would some of those office hours change? And by the way, with however it's taken care of, I think the testing is important, and I'm sure that other council members will.
And as far as the water department is concerned, those office hours do not change. We are open all day long, every day.
The added 2 hours.
Well, the deal is that some employees will start at 8 o'clock. Some employees may not start until 9 o'clock.
But you're going to have half the employees working, so you're going to give, let's just say you take your water department, let's say there's 10 employees. 5 will take off one day, 5 will take off another day. Because you have 5 working days in a week, and when you go to 4 10-hour days, you're going to lose 2 days. That's 2 out of 5 days.
My crew in water department is not going to 10-hour days.
Okay, then these are things we need to.
My crew in the water department is going to be working 8-hour days. With the way we accommodate for the longer hours that we need to be open, is that we start some part of my crew a little bit later in the afternoon, or a little bit later in the morning. So, for example, 4 of my team members are going to come in at 8 o'clock. They go home at 5, just like now. 4 of my team members will come in at 9 o'clock and go home at 6. So we've got that hour between 5 and 6, we're still open. I just don't have 8 people there.
Mr. Harris.
I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This ain't rocket surgery. People working 40 hours a week, they're going to get the same 40 hours worth of work out of them. It's simply a matter, and the city manager has discussed this at length and studied it, and this is my committee, and Craig has worked at this at length. We're still going to get the same amount of work. We're still going to get the same number of licenses and permits. We're still going to get the same number of water. It's just a matter of realigning the days that certain people work. So there's only so much that employees can do in 40 hours, and I'm confident that we're going to get that amount of work out of them and the same amount of production. It's just a matter of who gets Friday off and who gets Monday off. And it doesn't seem like that's really hard to figure out for me.
For the people that are taking Fridays and Mondays.
Right.
I'll be brief. Job satisfaction is really important. So I think, because that means retention, and we're short on employees. So we have job satisfaction, we'll have retention. So, Craig, what have you looked at as far as from the employees? Are they really pro this?
Most of the employees that I've talked to like the idea of 10 hours, like that extra day off. There are some employees that show resistance to it, like I mentioned, that they've got kids.
Yeah,
they've got to get into school.
been there.
And that's why it's not a mandatory program.
Yeah, okay.
It's a voluntary program. I can tell you that just recently there was a study that came out from, who was it? Boston College, the University College Dublin, and Cambridge University on 4-hour work days. And it says that in 4-hour work days, there is no loss of production.
You mean 10-hour work days?
10-hour work days, there is no loss of product production for the employees. The employees enjoyed it better. It's easier to retain your employees, like you said, and it's easier to recruit employees. Man, I'd like to go someplace that I can only work 4 days a week.
Yeah.
And yes, somebody mentioned about the longer days. It is 2 hours longer work day. And it's going to be anywhere from about an hour and a half to 2 hours longer, depending on whether they take a 30-minute lunch or a 60-minute lunch. So it is longer work days. And again, it's only if the departments can work this out.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fortenbaugh.
With all this discussion, I think, I'll just talk about me. I'm trying to analyze this in my head and how many people needed on each day and how many hours, just because that's how I think. But I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good policy. And my recommendation would be we give this to Craig and the manager and tell them don't mess it up. I move to approve ordinance and waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only.
So,
I've got a motion and a second, but would your motion be to only roll out City Hall until we, on a trial basis?
My motion is to approve the ordinance. I don't think we should tell them how to do it necessarily.
But on a trial basis or permanent?
so this is my proposal. Council approve the ordinance. I will implement this at City Hall on a trial basis to see how it works. We implemented it first in finance, and it worked very well. And that's not a forward-facing department, Mr. Gill, like you spoke about, or Mr. Hampton, what you spoke about, utility billing. So we understand there's different aspects to that. At the same time, Craig came to me and said, I'd like to, implement the schedule. And I'm like, well, if I allow you to implement the schedule, then Tracy's going to ask to implement the schedule, and then John's going to ask him to implement the schedule. So then we're in, City Hall has different hours of operation for certain folks. So if we're going to do it, we need to do it in a holistic way in this building and have the department heads manage their departments. And what I've told them is there can be no decrease in service to the citizens. And they will be open from till at least 6 o'clock in the evening, because that's the only way you're going to get a 10-hour day, is they'll have to start at 7 and work till 6 to get a 10 if they take an hour lunch. So can be no decrease in service, 7 to 6. The building's open 5 days a week. If you can't do it in that department, then you just can't do it in that department. Because there are going to be places right now that it's not practical, like Mr. Gill talked about. You just can't do it in some places. So when we get to the other parts of the city, for example, we get out to Public Works and Public Utilities, we'll have to look at that as well, because the practicality of implementing a 10-hour week for them may not be practical. And there's a lot of cities out there offering this here in Oklahoma. Craig mentioned them, and they're doing it to retain employees, right? It's a non-monetary benefit that allows them to retain employees. And once they do it, they've been asked if they wanted to go back, and most of them say absolutely not, that they love the fact that they have that time. Now, I'm sorry we can't make it absolutely fair for everyone, but we want to be competitive with being able to retain personnel like Ms. Hankins talked about, and this gives us one of those tools. Now, when we go through the budget process, we'll need to talk about other things. When we get the compensation study back and where we are in that, and a few other incentives or changes that need to be made to either attract or retain employees. So we're working on those things. But this would be, if the ordinance is passed, I will implement it here in this building for 6 months. And then we'll move it out to, if it works well, we'll move it out to other people.
Okay, let me make sure I got the motion correct. Mr. Fortenbaugh, is your motion to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only?
And there's also a statement in there about the effective date, and I'm thinking 180 days. But that's basically my original motion. I don't think we should tell the manager how to do this.
I second that motion.
Got a motion and a second?
Well, okay, yeah. I rescind my second. Kelly
I got a motion and 2 seconds. Call the roll, please. Oh, read the title.
An ordinance amending personnel policies and procedures, Section 17.15, 151, Division 17.15, Article 17.1, Chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by removing the reference to regular as it pertains to employees, removing the sentencing referencing normal working hours for regular employees, adding normal business hours, modifying the period of lunch from 1 hour to either 30 minutes or 60 minutes per workday, providing severability, and establishing an effective date 180 days from now.
Call the roll, please.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Warren.
Yes.
Hankins. Harris.
That motion was approved 6-0. That brings us to 27, consider an ordinance amending section 7-7-1-701 7-7-1-703 through 7-7-1-705 and 7-7-1-708, Article 7-7-1, Division 7-7, Chapter 7, Business License, City of Lawton Code 2015 by amending the title of Family Daycare Home to Home Daycare Facility, adding a larger home daycare facility type that allows up to 12 children to be taken care of, removing the requirement for the child care facility to be 300 feet from mixed beverage establishment, adding additional documents that are required with the application, deleting the non-conforming use language for family daycare home facilities from the 1980 and 1990s, providing for severability, establishing an effective date, and allowing for floor amendments.
I'm sorry. Okay, so back in July of last year, we had a citizen come to council and ask about increasing the number of children that she could watch in her home daycare. The DHS has two types of licenses. They have one that only goes up to 7, and then one that's a large family, large home daycare that's 8 to 12. They have to have 35 square feet per kid that they watch, and that does not include bathrooms, hallways, or anything like that, but the area that the children are actually in has to be 35 square feet per child. And so what we've done with this ordinance is we've always called it a home daycare. So we kind of clarified it so it matches the lingo that we've always used, and we've added the ability, so if they get a license from DHS to have the 8 to 12 children, then we are going to license them for 8 to 12 children. And then the 300-foot rule that I'm striking in section 7-7-1703, I believe is left over from when we still had Low Point Beer and we had taverns. We've spoken with ABLE and DHS, and neither one of them had that requirement on the books, so we believe it's still just leftover language. Another item that we're striking on the permit application is an affidavit from the applicant to the effect that he complies fully with the licensing requirements. I don't even know what that means or what that is. So we're just saying, give us your license from the state. We're adding a fire evacuation plan and a lease or deed as part of the permit application. It's something that's been in practice for a long time. We already require that, and so we're just spelling that out in the code section on that. In section 705, the review of the application, we have stricken the traffic and safety. We don't review that. And then we did add fire and safety are complied with for daycare centers. That's something else that we've done for years. The fire marshal goes out and does an inspection annually on that. And then the last piece that we struck in section 708 is language from the 80s and 90s that talk about non-conforming. All of those dates have well passed. I didn't see any need for those to be in there anymore. Any questions?
Yes, yes, Charlotte. This is for home, just for home daycare. Is that?
So the entire ordinance is for child care facilities, so it includes daycare centers and home daycares, but the majority of the changes are for the home daycares.
Right. I had discussion with a constituent, and that 300 feet from a tavern or beer establishment. There's different kinds of establishments. There's restaurants that serve liquor and beer, and then there's actually bars. I'm thinking we need to maybe consider if there's a bar that close, it would seem that at least the constituent that was talking to me thought that might not be a good idea. What's that back something draft house? It's a restaurant. Yeah, that's a different. They were thinking that's a different thing, but they were thinking like a bar that's just serving beer and that sort of thing. That they were kind of concerned about that. I don't know what the rest of the council feels.
And I don't know. Legal probably knows better than me, but I think the whole issue with the mixed beverage is that that's an ABLE deal. And, and a restaurant can sell mixed beverages in a strip center, and you could have a daycare in a strip center as well. So you can't, there's not really a definition between bar and restaurant. I mean, there is, because they have the one that's, you have a percentage of food. But when you talk about mixed beverages are mixed beverages.
Yeah,
regardless of where.
Yeah, I'm a minister now, but I haven't always been a minister. And I've been to both establishments, and
I haven't.
I haven't. Yeah, I didn't inhale. I know the people that hang around the kind of bars I'm talking about, and I don't know that I'd want my grandkids next to that establishment. That's the only thing that I was, and then when it was brought up to me, that I would thought about and considered. But I do understand what you're saying.
It might be more of a zoning deal. Maybe we could address that in zoning somehow, to keep bars and daycares separated.
Well, the bar part is like I said, I understand a restaurant that serves bars.
Some way we can just leave the 300 foot, it's as it is.
So, I mean, that's completely up to you guys. Or
Yeah.
We did allow for floor amendments.
Go ahead with it. Just-
My one recommendation is that we go ahead and strike the word tavern, because we don't have tavern.
Yeah, there's some people that would think that the eating establishment earlier mentioned is just a bar. So, well, okay.
So, and Able does have two different types of licenses, one for a restaurant serving mixed beverages, and then one for just a mixed beverage establishment, and that's where the 51% kicks in. If they sell more than 51% of their revenue is mixed beverages, then they're considered a bar. If it's less, then they're considered a restaurant.
There's a lot of, there's kind of, I don't know, in my opinion, there's a lot of increase in pedophile and that sort of being more accepted and that sort of thing. And I think, for me, I would feel personally liable if something happened on that. But that's just me.
Yeah, you want to make a motion, we'll just take that out and go ahead with the rest of it.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
And I would,
to prove this with striking the 300 feet.
So I've got a motion to approve the ordinance as written, with the exception of striking the 300-foot limit.
With the exception of removing the requirement of childcare facilities.
Yeah.
Change the word tavern, right?
Yes, I would like to take out tavern in that, because.
Hold on. So, and then she said, where's tavern at?
So it is within that, that section. It
We'll
says
just delete
mixed
reference.
beverage license or tavern. It says that twice in that 703 section.
Okay, so the motion would be to approve the ordinance, removing,
Waive the title.
waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only, and remove the requirement for childcare facilities. To strike the removal of the requirement for childcare facility to be 300 feet from a mixed beverage establishment, and also remove reference to
Strike references to the word tavern.
strike references for taverns.
Yes.
Yes.
I have one question. If
I have a motion and a second, but go ahead.
Yeah, if the bar is there first, do they have to move if somebody decides to open up?
No.
Okay.
They're considered grandfathered in.
Thank you.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Call the roll, please. Read the title, I'm sorry.
An ordinance amending section 771, 701, 771, 703 through 771, 705 and 771708, Article 771, Division 77, Chapter 7, Business Licenses, Lawton City Code 2015 by amending the title of Family Daycare Home to Home Daycare Facility, adding a larger home daycare facility type that allows up to 12 children to be taken care of. So I'm going to remove that language. Adding additional documents that are required with the application for the child care facilities, deleting the non-conforming use language for family daycare home facilities from the 1980s to the 1990s, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Call the roll, please.
Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Gill.
Motion passed 6-0. Brings us to item number 30. No, I'm sorry. Item number 29. Consider an ordinance creating Division 2-3-17, Section 2-3-17-401 in Article 2-3, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, creating the Strategic Planning Committee for the purpose of assessing, modifying, and updating the City of Lawton strategic plan. Establish the committee's members, term of members, and duties, requiring minimum quarterly meetings to review one section of the strategic plan at a time, requiring compliance with the Open Meetings Act, and providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, the charter requires that the comprehensive plan be updated every 5 years. As part of the comprehensive plan, you have the strategic plan, and the charter empowers the mayor to create a committee of citizens to recommend and propose updates to the strategic plan. And so this section of code here is just establishing what's allowed by charter and giving them purpose and a mandate going forward. So subject to your questions, that's all I have.
I move
Approved.
Yeah.
I've got a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second that as long as we read the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, and read the title only.
Got a motion to approve the ordinance, read the title only.
Discussion?
Any discussion? Mr.
Shouldn't there be at least one council member on this committee?
Well, I guess, I don't know, I guess that's ultimately the council's decision, but I mean, like the redistricting committee is only.
Michael wants to go.
So, John is exactly correct. Charter does allow the mayor to create the Strategic Planning Commission. And generally on a strategic planning level, you want a variety of citizens on your committee. So you want regular citizens, business people. The mayor could, if he so chose, to put a council member on there. So I think, and John, don't correct me if I'm wrong, this establishes the committee and allows the mayor to set forth the members that he would like to participate in the planning process, because really as a strategic plan, you should be planning from a citywide perspective.
That's absolutely right. And so the mayor's intent here is he wants to include a variety of different professionals, someone that has a legal background, somebody that has a financial background. So that's kind of spelled out in the background of the commentary and the ordinance itself. But he's looking at a multidisciplinary approach, if you will, and the charter specifically says a citizens committee. So I think that addresses the issue.
So when do we get a chance to weigh in on whatever they decide?
Well, they'll bring those recommendations back to council, and you'll also have an opportunity. The mayor will nominate individuals to serve on this committee, and you will have a say in whether or not to appoint those individuals.
Yeah, can I make a comment about that if I could? The charter, I was reading the charter about this. We're supposed to have a comprehensive plan, and in that comprehensive plan, the CPC, I think, gives us council gives recommendations on the land use plan, and then the LMPO gives us recommendations, gives the council recommendations on, give the council recommendations on the overall transportation plan, and then the mayor, it says, is in charge of the strategic plan for the city, and those three components make up the comprehensive plan. I just want to kind of throw that out there because I've been getting up at night reading, so and I thought it might be good info, good info at this point.
The strategic plan, I always have called it the "what are we going to be when we grow up" plan. And that's really what it encompasses, is here's where we want to be. It's all yours, sir.
I'm done.
Oh, you're finished?
Yeah, I'm
Okay. Call the roll, please.
No, we need to. Oh, we have a motion, so let me read it to you. Okay. An ordinance creating Division 2317 and Section 2317401 and Article 23, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, creating the Strategic Planning Committee for the purpose of assessing, modifying, and updating the City of Lawton strategic plan, establishing the committee's purpose, members, terms of members, and duties, requiring minimum quarterly meetings to review one section of the strategic plan at a time, requiring compliance with the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Fortenbaugh.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Gill. Hampton.
Yes.
That motion passed 6-0. Item number 30, consider approving an ordinance including any floor amendments related thereto pertaining to Chapter 6 amendments to International Property Maintenance Code 2015, Division 6-5-1-503 of the Lawton City Code to decrease the number of months that a property may be boarded before declaring it dilapidated structure.
Yes, sir. I mean, it stays in range,
It is now. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right, so underneath the current code 6-5-1-503, subsection 108.1.6, dilapidated building is, paragraph 4. Come on now, sorry, notes. A structure which has been boarded and secured as defined by paragraph 108.2.1.2 of this section for more than 18 consecutive months. And that right now, the Oklahoma State Statute 11-1-22-12, paragraph C, section D, has actually moved that up to 6 months. So what I'm asking is that we take out 18 months, and we are current with Oklahoma State statute for 6 months.
Council, the only comment I have on this is, I know that you get phone calls just like I do about why has this house been boarded up so long? Well, that's the reason, is that up until just recently, it was an Oklahoma State statute that it had to be boarded up for 18 months before we could do anything about it. There's a big, long history behind that. We won't go into it. But that's all I have. Is there any other discussion or motion?
Yeah, I'd like to ask something. You know, I go down through my ward and I see houses boarded up, and some of them are badly boarded up. I mean, an eyesore. And then I see some of them that it's neatly cut and painted the same color of the house. You can't even hardly tell that they're boarded up. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I've had some of my constituents have some of their properties that were empty, and people were breaking in the windows. And to have that house, and when we talked about it, I said, board up the windows, and then I went and read the 6.5 the one right after this one that tells you how to board up your houses, and it still says only we're cutting down the time, and we talked about, well, maybe you ought to board it up from the inside. You know, I said, well, so you keep the people out, because there's nothing wrong with the house. And they were saying, well, the windows could still be broken out. But I don't know if there's anything that addresses what he was talking about, because he wasn't really, my blood sugar, it says my blood sugar's low. That's that beeping. Yeah, if I fall off, I've got pills here. But I didn't know if there's anything, and I'm just talking to the council about that because I thought that what they were saying was fairly relevant to the fact that they were trying to protect, and I don't know, maybe it addresses that somewhere else. They're actually trying to protect. Their parent passed away, and it was taking them time in probate for that house, as just said. And so they were trying to protect that house from the windows breaking out and everything. And I don't know, maybe there's another area that addresses something like that. But and then I'm thinking if they come and let you know what's going on, then maybe you could work with them on something like that. You know, when we do these ordinances, the citizens really look at it and go, wow, you just kind of cut me off. And of course, that's not really the case. We're friendlier than that, but our reputation doesn't precede us on that area sometimes. Anyways, I just wanted to throw that out to the council because I did get that and didn't know if there's any more discussion on that.
John, I got a question. If the house is sitting there, it's boarded up, the boards are painted, it's a good house, in good shape, no fire, no damage, what is the status with that house as far as you're concerned in your neighborhood services?
So I know we have other houses that we have to take care of, but if it's boarded and it's been over, as of right now, the 18 months, that house is considered dilapidated. So it doesn't matter the shape.
If it's over 18, so now then it'll be a matter of 6 months, even if that house is perfect except for the windows?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now if they take care of it and everything like that, you know, we can understand. And well, actually, because I've been in my office contacting the property owners, so houses like that might be something we can need to talk to them and make contact with them as well.
I was going to, my only comment would be that I don't think staff is going to use that as a method to, I mean, we've got a lot bigger fish to fry than just going out and seeing what all houses are boarded up. Now, if there's an issue with the house, then that gives us the ability to go in and say, hey, you need to do this. Otherwise, we would have had to wait for 18 months. Whereas now if there's other issues, we can just include that and move forward. That's just my thought.
Randy. So I actually have a house in Councilman Hampton's ward that I've been trying to fix up. And first off, it's not a great neighborhood and it's hard to rent. But every time I fix the windows are extremely hard to come by right now. Then some of the neighborhood youth come by and exercise their rock throwing ability, and I'm out another $300. I think as long as the rest of the building is in good shape, as was mentioned by George, that should not necessarily, now the rest of the house is dilapidated or burned out or whatever, I absolutely see that, but I think that if you're, in between being able to rent something out or if you're working on it, that you should be able to continue protecting it. And I would at least like to see us say 12 months instead of 18 or 6 months, just to give that time, because that Councilman Hampton's ward and some of my ward, neighborhood use being use will, or homeless people. So we ought to be able to protect our property.
We just need to remember, though, that if we do that staff doesn't have the ability to determine what's good boarding and bad boarding. If boarding is boarding, so.
There is actually a code.
I don't know the difference between good boarding and bad boarding, actually. Just ask my dad. But you also have to remember, so even if the code says 6 months, we're still going to bring it to you guys. You guys are still the final say. So if we bring a piece of property to you just because it's been boarded up for 6 months, you still have the ability to say, no, it's boarded up, the property owners are working on it, let's not put it on the D&D list.
You can blame this one on me. This was a 3 o'clock reading, and I asked Charlotte why our ordinance said 18 months. And the state had already moved through 2 iterations, down from 18 months to a year and then down to 6 months. So this was my question to her from a 3 o'clock in the morning reading. Trust me, you can find a lot of stuff at 3 o'clock in the morning when you're looking at the code of ordinances, so.
Yeah, can I forgot what I was going to say. Give me a second.
No, that's fine, Alan.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion, and you can think while I'm doing it.
Okay.
I move to approve an ordinance. I move to approve this ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only. And I have a second.
An ordinance pertaining to property maintenance code amending Division 651-503, Section 65, Article 65, Chapter 6, Lawton City Code 2015, updating the provisions of the chapter to review the number of months allowed for a structure to be boarded to be considered dilapidated by the City Council, and providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Call the roll.
Warren.
Yes.
Hankins. Harris.
No.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
No.
Fortenbaugh.
Fails.
What is it? What's the count?
It's gonna be 4 to. That motion fails. That brings us to staff reports. Do we have any staff reports?
No, I think we've reported enough.
Okay, thank you. I've got a motion to adjourn to executive session. Do I have a second? Second. Call a roll.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Gill. Hampton. Fortenbaugh.
Acknowledge that we have returned from executive session. Call the roll, please.
Hankins. Harris. Gill. Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Warren.
Present. Assistant City Attorney. Item number 31.
Item 31, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending tort claim of Julie Magnus. That occurred and there was discussion. It's my understanding there's no action on that item.
Item number 32.
Item 32, pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss and review the employment of Tracy Hushback as city clerk. I report that that discussion did occur, and it's my understanding there is a motion on this item.
I move to amend Tracy Hutchbeck's contract as follows. First, modify paragraph E of section 4.01 to allow for the unlimited accrual of vacation hours and removing the provision requiring an annual buy-down of vacation hours in excess of 280 hours. Number two, delete the language in paragraph F of section 4.01 allowing for the annual buy-down of historic sick leave. And three, add language as appropriate to the agreement stating that Hutchbecks will be allowed to use all accrued vacation and historical sick leave as terminal leave, with said terminal leave planned to be starting in November 2023. And fourth, an increase of pay of 6% effective on the new contract.
Got a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Harris.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Fortenbaugh. Warren.
Yes.
Hankins.
Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Gill.
Motion and second.
Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Thank you all.